Oh, the outfield. And, of course, there's so many folks to pick from over the years. When you look at the outfield, and it's funny how it's changed over the years. I remember growing up as a kid, the guys in the outfield were typically your boppers. Outfield and first base. The game has changed quite a bit, as we all know. But if we were doing this list 20, 25, 30 years ago, these would be the only main stars with any real pop in their bat would have been your first baseman, obviously designated hitter, and outfield. So when we went to this list, this one was a little more difficult to decipher from. Honestly, when we were going through second base, third and short, there were guys that jumped out, the ones that we've talked about, but then there's a huge drop-off. But when you look at this list of guys, and we had to leave so many guys off, and we just won't be able to go into all the guys that we left off, but guys like George Springer, who has had a phenomenal career in the postseason, but I couldn't put him on there. Joe DiMaggio gets left off of this. And Joe DiMaggio is an all-time great, and Joe DiMaggio has won several World Series. But I went with the numbers. Duke Snider was left off this. The great Frank Robinson was left off of this. I just wanted to make sure I named some of these guys. We'll get more into the pitchers that were left off. And you talk about a difficult task to pick a hind catcher. Man alive, was this a difficult one. But let's get in to the first one. I don't think this one shocks anybody. We go to the great Babe Ruth. And by the way, when we go to the pitching, you're going to hear his name again brought up. But the great Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth has been just unbelievable. And that's why it's always laughable to me when you see people try to compare Shohei Ohtani to Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth was an elite pitcher and the best batter in the game for about 2 decades. Now, he didn't pitch as long as he batted, obviously. But that was a choice by the team. I think if he would have been allowed to, Babe Ruth, according to a lot of folks, loved pitching. But he knew they were going to pay him more to hit home runs. But here is the great Babe Ruth. First of all, obviously his entire postseason career was done in the World Series. It's very well known, but you didn't start getting divisions until what was it, late 60s? So everything prior to the late 60s was all World Series or bust. This was his career numbers, and this is absurd, in the World Series. He had a total of 41 games played with 167 plate appearances. He had a .326 batting average. He had a .1214 OPS. When he got into the heart of his career, mainly when he got over to the New York Yankees and became a full-time hitter, he only had one down World Series. And that was the 1922 World Series that they lost to the Giants in 5 games. Other than that, the man, can you imagine if they would have been giving out World Series MVPs back then? He would have had them all lined across along with all the other accolades that he did in his career. But listen to these numbers. So we talk about the fact that in his career, in the World Series, he bats .1233 OPS. In those, 41 games, he had 15 home runs. But it's even more impressive than that, because you can take 5 of those games out because it was pre-New York Yankees. And pre-New York Yankees, he was essentially a pitcher in those World Series that batted from time to time. Now, they gave him 6 plate appearances in 1918. Prior to that, when he had 5 scattered in the 1916, he had 1 plate appearance in the 1915 World Series. He had a total of 7 World Series championships. 7 out of 10. He won back-to-back World Series in the 27 and 28 seasons. He won back with the Yankees. He won back-to-back World Series in the 15 and 16 seasons with the Boston Red Sox. He won 3 of 4 with the Boston Red Sox, 15, 16, and 18. And he won, was it 3 of 5 years? I guess technically 6 seasons with the Yankees from 27, 28, and then again in 32. 15 home runs in these 41 games, but once again, you can chop about 5 games off of this. With those 5 games, you can chop off about, 12 plate appearances? So we'll say that in 36 games, he had 15 home runs. In just over 150 at-bats, 36 games, 15 home runs, 33 RBI. He even had 4 stolen bases. No one ever talks about that. And 33 bases on balls. He only struck out 30 times. Unbelievable. Babe Ruth goes to the top of the board, the 12-14 OPS and 15 home runs. And, of course, in a pinch, he's in my bullpen. The number 2 outfielder on this list. I'm sure it doesn't shock anybody that you're going to get quite a bit of New York Yankees on this list. And our second guy is another New York Yankee. Actually, technically, all 3 of them are. I always think of the third guy as kind of being all over the place. But the great Mickey Mantle. Holy cow, was Mickey Mantle an absolute star in the World Series. Mickey Mantle in his career played 65 games in the World Series. He had a 908 OPS, which isn't as phenomenal as you might expect, but not too shabby, especially when you consider the fact that it was scattered over 12 World Series and 14 seasons. So if you think about it, it's a lot easier to have explosive numbers if you only played in the World Series in the prime of your career. But if you played very early in your career where you're still, I mean, he was in the World Series at age 19. And then he was also in the World Series at age, 32? But remember, his body broke down on him. For all intents and purposes, in the very first World Series he ever played in, it is believed he probably tore his ACL. Now, back then, they didn't have the modern medicine that they do nowadays and whatnot, but he hurt his knee, and he was never the same. Think about what he could have done, but this is what he did, but think about just what he could have done. In those 65 games, this man hit 18 home runs. What? 18 home runs? You're basically talking about being on pace for over 50 home runs if you played a full season of World Series baseball. And realize, every time you're in the World Series, there's one thing I want to point out with all these guys' numbers, you're going up against the very best. No one gets to the World Series with a Colorado Rockies 2023 pitching staff. You're always going up against the elite. So that's number one. Number two, he played against some really above and beyond the greats of the greats. Remember, he went up against the New York Giants. He played against the famous Giants win the pennant, Giants win the pennant. He was in that series. They beat the New York Giants in 7 games. He went up against the great Brooklyn Dodgers 4 times from 1952 to 1956, and they had phenomenal pitching. They won 3 of those 4. He went up against the Los Angeles Dodgers, Sandy Koufax. He went up against the great St. Louis Cardinals, Bob Gibson. He went up against the elite. He had 18 home runs. When I sat down and broke down these numbers, I understand now why the folks that got a chance to see him play. There's a famous quote by, I think it's Billy Crystal, and he's talking about the folks who always talked about Joe DiMaggio, because I guess that was just before his time, always told him, you never saw the real thing, you never saw Joe. Well, then folks of his generation say the same thing about Mickey Mantle. It's the same thing we would be saying about Mike Trout if he ever had any kind of success in the postseason, but he can't even get to the postseason. If we would have had the ability to see Mike Trout in his prime in the playoffs, what a treat that would have been. I think it's what folks of our generation are going to say about Derek Jeter, and what looks like now it'll be Corey Seager, the fact the guys that step up on the biggest stage. But you look at what Mickey Mantle did, it really is phenomenal. 18 home runs in 65 games. In that stretch, 40 RBI. Now realize one of the reasons why he didn't have a whole lot of RBIs weren't a lot of guys on base, because he had guys hitting all over his lineup that were clearing the bases themselves. He had 43 walks against 54 strikeouts. He played 65 games and hit 18 home runs and only struck out 54 times. Got to put Mickey Mantle on that list. All right, number 3 that fills out our outfield. Number 3 on this list, and I tried like heck to try to pick someone who didn't play for the New York Yankees, because I feel like this whole thing is going to be a little sordid. But he's really more known for a couple of things. He's known for his 1977 performance with the Yankees, but then prior to that, outstanding performances with the Oakland A's. Remember, before he ever got to 77 and hit those 3 back-to-back home runs, Reggie Jackson had already been an MVP in 1973 with the Oakland A's. They remember something that a lot of folks, you would have either had to be just before Gen X or just at the very, very beginning of Gen X to remember this. That the Oakland Athletics were baseball royalty in the early 1970s. They won 3 World Series back to back to back. They didn't beat Chop Liver. They beat the Dodgers. The 73 Mets were known as a really good team in their own right as well, and they beat the Big Red Machine. Now, he did not play in the 72 World Series, but here are his numbers for his career. Just in the postseason alone, he played in 77 postseason games, Reggie Jackson. The original straw that stirred the drink. Mr. October. That was my thing, is that when you saw Babe Ruth's numbers and you saw Mickey Mantle's numbers, you couldn't leave them off. For his legacy, I wanted to put Joe DiMaggio on there, but he just gets a great nod as a guy that would be one of the first guys off my bench. But I can't leave a guy whose name was Mr. October out of the all-time lineup. And full disclosure, I was always a big Reggie Jackson fan. Still am. Reggie Jackson was one of the greats to ever do it. And I cannot tell you how great that book is that he and Bob Gibson did together. It was just a question and answer book where the writer of the book just posed questions, and they answered it much like just a give and take, a conversation. And it was some of the best stuff I've ever read. I believe it's called 60 Feet, 6 Inches. If you ever get a chance to read that, it is one of the greatest baseball books ever written. No one ever really talks about it. It's phenomenal. Back to Reggie Jackson and what he did. So he won the series in 77 and 78. He won a World Series in 72, just didn't play in the series. 73, 74. So the man altogether had 5 World Series rings. In the postseason, altogether had 18 home runs. But you look at what he did in some of these. The 77 series is just, it's an all-timer. If you ask me who, if I was rating, like if you want to do like a Mount Rushmore of World Series performances, there's a pitcher we're going to talk about in a second that would be on that list. I'm talking about just the one World Series. The 77 Reggie Jackson World Series has got to be there. He had 5 home runs in that 6-game series against the Dodgers. Remember, they were still one of the top, if not the top. By 77, the Super Bowl was starting to overtake the World Series, but it was still there. It really wasn't until the 1980s that the Super Bowl became the enormous draw that it is today. By 77, you're still sitting there as one of the, and I do think that has a lot to do with it, because center stage, you're talking about having cameras in your face, the reporters, et cetera, et cetera. It's a bigger circus when you're a bigger deal. There is no bigger circus than the New York Yankees against the Los Angeles Dodgers in 1977 with all those characters. But you look at that series alone, 5 home runs, 8 RBI, a 450 batting average, 542 on base percentage, and just a ridiculous 1792 OPS. Let that sink in. 1792 OPS. He only had 20 at-bats in the entire series. 24 plate appearances. He scored 10 runs. He had a double, 5 home runs. Just an unbelievable performance, and that's why Reggie Jackson has to be on that list. Time to hit the catchers. All right, here are the catchers. And I went back and forth and back on this because the numbers that Johnny Bench put up in his career in the World Series is pretty darn impressive. Johnny Bench, of course, he'll always be known more than anything else. I think most people that always lean to him as the greatest catcher of all time always point to his defense, his cannon for an arm. But he was a great hitter. I mean, heck, Johnny Bench in his career, which realized would have only been NLCS and World Series. The reason I always point that out is they're still going up against the elite of the elite. You can go up against some pretty bad pitching in today's playoff and pad some stats in the early rounds. That wasn't the case back then. 1970 to 1979, he was in 49 playoff games. He won 2 World Series. He was the 1976 MVP of the World Series. He had a OPS, by the way, of 1667. A slug of 1133. This was specifically in 1976. His slug for his career in the postseason was 862. He had 2 home runs. A lot of the reasons why it led to his World Series MVP in 76. He had another home run in the 75 championship, the back-to-back years of the Big Red Machine. Johnny Bench was just a phenomenal all-around player. And normally I would say he's the guy. You got to give it to him. I'm sorry. I'm going to give it to the man who played in 14 World Series, who won 10 World Series, who in his World Series career had 12 home runs. In his own right, he had an OPS of 811. May not be the 863 that Johnny Bench had, but he also had a much bigger sample size. Remember something, too, about Yogi Berra from the stuff that we've done before on the military front. Yogi Berra missed a chunk of his career, early part of his career, fighting in World War II. Yogi Berra was literally boots on the ground at Normandy. He was one of the guys that drove the boats that got the soldiers to and from the ships. But at age 22, he began his career in 1947, winning his first World Series. He won his last World Series in 1962, playing in his last World Series in 1963. For his career, a 274 World Series batter with an 811 OPS, 12 home runs, 39 RBI. All this came within 75 games. So you could kind of point out to the fact that he would have had about 20, and if you played a season of World Series, Yogi Berra would have had himself around 25 or so home runs. Yogi Berra would have had close to 100 RBI. Yogi Berra had a 452 slug and 811 OPS, and Yogi Berra, more than anything else, has 10 World Series rings. 10! There's a funny exchange that folks talk about between Derek Jeter and Yogi Berra. And I'm trying to remember the exact phrasing of it, but basically Jeter's talking to Yogi, and he's pointing out to Yogi that the World Series is more difficult to win nowadays because you have to go through more rounds. I don't believe that's true. I actually think it was much more difficult to win the World Series years ago because you just have to get hot at the right time nowadays playoffs. Back in Yogi's day, you had to be the best team in your league to qualify. So anyways, you can argue that back and forth, but the point of it is Yogi Berra's talking to Derek Jeter, and Derek Jeter says, I just don't believe that all your World Series, that your 10 World Series championships are as I don't count them as much as I count the ones from today. And Yogi's response was, well, if you don't think they count, you can come by my house anytime you want. You can count all 10 of them. Yogi Berra, not only is he a national treasure because of the way his great quotes and whatnot, everyone skips over this fact. Yogi Berra is the greatest catcher to ever play the game. He was phenomenal defensively. He called the games of these great Yankees teams behind the plate. He called the games. And it led to 10 World Series championships, 10 out of 14 tries. As great as Johnny Bench was, it's absurd to think that anyone was ever better than Yogi Berra. All right, we move on to the pitchers. As we go to put a cap on this, let's get it. All right, by the way, a honorable mention at the catcher position. Obviously, you got Yogi, and then you've got Johnny Bench. Just below that, Tim McCarver. Don't sleep on Tim McCarver. Tim McCarver was a great catcher in his own right. All right, let's go ahead and get into it, and let's get into the first guy on the list. I'm going to go with the great Christy Mathewson. Christy Mathewson played from 1900 to 1916 and was known as the Christian Gentleman. His career was abruptly halted by World War I. He was never the same once he came back. He got hit with mustard gas. But this is what he did in his World Series career. Christy Mathewson won the 1905 World Series with the New York Giants. That was the famous one that came back after the 1903 loss. Or, excuse me, the 1903 loss that the National League had, the 1904 snubbing, that's the famous one. That was the one where his manager, McGraw, did not allow his team to participate in the 1904 World Series. By 1905, the owner of the Giants said, you're gonna be involved in this. You can decide whether or not you want to be the manager or not. So in 1905, it was very important to McGraw and the Giants to win that because they didn't show up for the 1904 series. They balked and said, no, we're not going to play it. So in 1905, they win the World Series, and this is one of the greatest performances in the history of sport. Now, you do have to take into consideration during the dead ball era, but listen to these numbers. He pitched in 3 games. In those 3 games, and obviously he would have been MVP if they would have had such a thing back then. He pitched 27 innings, 3 complete games. He did not allow an earned run in the 1905 series. Walked 1, struck out 18, had a whip of .519. That means that his whip was about half of what is considered elite. If you have a whip just over 1, That's an elite whip. No doubt about it. You were keeping guys off the base paths. He had a whip of .51, not 1 point, .51. Unbelievable. He also was in the 1911 World Series, the 1912, and the 1913 World Series. They did not win any of those World Series, but not to the fault of the great Christy Mathewson. Christy Mathewson's lifetime career ERA, hope you're sitting down, in 11 games, the man had a .97 ERA. 0.97 ERA lifetime. I mean, he really got smacked around in the 1911 series. He had a 2 ERA. What? .94 in 1912, .95 in 1913. Now, something to remember about that, too. He loses to Connie Mac's A's in 2 of those 3 World Series from 1911 to 1913. Connie and Mac's A's in the early 1900s were the elite. They were a freight train. Now, that's who they beat in 1905. They had not quite hit that mark yet. But the early 1910s, before they tore it down for money, they were the original Florida Marlins. The Philadelphia Athletics were baseball royalty. And then to top it off, his loss in 1912 to the Boston Red Sox, that was beginning of their tear through the World Series, where they won 4 on top of each other. He was just unbelievable in those World Series, but it was not his fault. His team didn't get any run support. So that's the number 1 guy. My number 2 guy, just going to throw him back out there. Not going to spend a lot of time on because we've already talked about the man. But Babe Ruth threw 31 innings in his career in the World Series and gave up 3 earned runs. Babe Ruth, 29 1/3 scoreless inning streak in the World Series, a Major League Baseball record. He went 3-0 in that stance. And because of that, I can't leave him out of the rotation. Babe Ruth helped the Boston Red Sox win the 1915, the 1916, and the 1918 World Series. Babe Ruth is my number 2 guy. My number 3 guy, I'm only going with a 3-man rotation, and then we'll put the rest of the guys in the bullpen. Mad Bum Man, Madison Bumgarner. I know that the tail end of his career was nothing to write home about, has been nothing to write home about. But Madison Bumgarner was arguably, in the modern era, had the most unbelievable numbers in the history of the World Series. But I'm talking modern era. I'm not talking about before the dead ball, essentially before 1920, after 1920, excuse me. What Christy Mathewson did was unbelievable. But listen to this, Bumgarner, in case you might have forget. First of all, he was the 2014 World Series MVP. You don't get that very often with pitchers. Second of all, he won 3 World Series. 3. He was 4-0 in those World Series. 4-0. Madison Bumgarner, in his career in the World Series, a .25 ERA. 36 innings, pitched just 1 earned run the whole damn time. 1 earned run. He pitched 8 innings of shutout ball in 2010 against Texas. He pitched 7 innings of shutout ball against Detroit in 2012. And then 2014, I think the one that will always go down in infamy, 21 innings of 1-run ball where he went 2-0. And oh, by the way, on short rest, mind you, short rest, had like a 5-6 inning save. What in the hell are we talking about? That in today's era, the tail end of the steroid era. Madison Bumgarner, he's it. We don't have to do a deep dive into my bullpen. Obviously, Mariano Rivera with his 11 saves, by far the greatest of the greats. But if you're going to put other guys in the bullpen, one of the guys that I do think that gets a little looked over is going to be Art Neff. From 1921 to 1924, he pitched 79 innings, had a 2.16 ERA. Art Neff really doesn't get talked enough, I don't believe, in the histories of baseball. And maybe it's because he gets overshadowed. Number one, his overall career WAR is only 28, so everyone kind of overlooks him, him a little bit. He was very average for his time, 3.2 ERA, which was fairly high ERA for that time. But you look at what he did, Art Neff, I mean, to have a 2.16 ERA and 79 innings pitched in the World Series, he was a part of that early cog of New York baseball. Did want to make sure we mention him. And then the other guy who's got to be on my list, he just missed the top three. And I really wouldn't have a problem with putting him in and taking Babe Ruth out and putting Babe Ruth in my bullpen. But the Babe Ruth, the 29 to 3rd scoreless innings just jumps out at you. But Bob Gibson, my all-time favorite pitcher, 7-2 with a 1.89 ERA, 81 innings pitched, 92 strikeouts. And I was lucky enough, I'll leave you with this. I was lucky enough to meet the great Bob Gibson years ago. He came into a bar that I was working at, a restaurant bar that I was doing security for in Middle Tennessee, just outside Nashville. And I'm standing at the door. I was doing IDs and whatnot. This is late afternoon, early evening. So it was before it really turns into, it was basically a cafe that it's eventually turned into a nightclub, and that's what I did. And the general manager of the place knew that this young, I think I was, if I'm to guess, I would have been somewhere around 25 years old. I really don't remember how old I was, but I was right in that neighborhood. And the great Bob Gibson is sitting over and eating lunch with his lunch date. I don't know if it was his wife or whatever. I wasn't familiar with his personal life at that time. But anyways, the manager comes over and he goes, "Didn't you say you're a big baseball fan?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Do you know who that is?" I look over, and it was only because my grandfather, it was his favorite player. I recognized him immediately once he pointed it out. I said, "Damn, is that Bob Gibson?" He goes, "It is Bob Gibson." I said, "God bless." And of course, this is before camera phones and stuff. Can't take pictures. And I was like, man, I really wish I could have gotten a picture with him or something. He goes, "Go ask for his autograph." I said, "Man, I'm just not an autograph guy." I do regret that one. I wish I would have done that one, but I've never been an autograph guy. It's just something I got from my dad. It was just basically, shake a man's hand, but don't, turn him into some kind of an idol. He said, "Well, you should go over and talk to him." I said, "Man, I'm not going to bother this guy. And I didn't grow up watching him." He goes, "Man, I'm telling you, I've met him several times before. He's a nice guy, blah, blah, blah." I said, "All right." I go over, and I just stuck up my hand, shook his hand. I said, "Mr. Gibson, just want you to know that grandfather, you were his favorite player, or are his favorite player. My grandfather was still with us." I mean, you cannot believe how fast I ran home to tell my grandfather the story. I was so damn excited. But anyways, he said, "Well, thank you, blah, blah, blah." I said, "Obviously, you pitched a little bit before my time, but I'm a huge baseball fan, and, it's an honor to meet you," kind of thing. Is okay. Well, after he tells me thank you and whatnot, couldn't have been nicer. The dance floor that was also where we set the tables and chairs during the afternoon for people to eat lunch. We pulled those chairs back, and it was the dance floor at night. The place was called Shoeless Joe's. I think they eventually changed the name, but I don't remember it. But anyways, when they first opened, it was called Shoeless Joe's. It was a part of a nice hotel. And the dance floor, because of the name Shoeless Joe's, and they were really springboarding it off of the incredible popularity of what Field of Dreams had done several years before that. And then, of course, other movies sprung off of that. So Shoeless Joe's, their dance floor slash area where your dining room area, the floor was painted like a baseball field. Well, he just happened to be sitting at a table right next to home plate. I mean, he's sitting basically, if he's sitting right looking towards the door, home plate was to his right. And I started to walk off, and I saw the home plate, and I don't know what made me pop this into my mind, but I said, Mr. Gibson, before I leave, I got to ask you one thing. He said, what's that? I said, what would you do if I was hanging over the plate and I acted as though I was hanging over the plate, you know, basically crowding the plate? I said something to the effect of, what would you do if I was hanging over the plate? And I got to clean up the last part, but it's one of the greatest things I ever have in my life. He stood up, stuck his finger right in my rib, about as hard as you could ever stick your finger in someone's rib. I mean, it left a mark for a few days. Proud that he left a mark. Jammed it right in my rib. He goes, I'd hit you right there, you M and F-er bleep, you know, whatever you want to say. Because that plate belongs to me, not you. And I clapped my hands and say, yes, that's what I'm talking about. And he just started laughing. He says, you know, something to the effect of, you know, nice to meet you and whatnot. And I was like, yes, the great Bob Gibson. So I leave you with that story. It's one of my favorites of all time. Haven't told it many times, but I'll never forget him sticking his finger right in my rib. That's my plate. Y'all have a great one. And we look forward to the next Once Upon a Pastime series. Game 4 of this series is going to be really fun. Okay, Braves country. So we got the news a few minutes ago. Haven't done a sound check, but I'm assuming everybody can hear me well. We got the news a few minutes ago. We're starting in another rain delay. That's the bad news. The good news is it sounds like we're going to get it here in probably less than an hour. So I'm going to ballpark it and say around 2:30, but I have not seen an exact time yet. Somewhere between 2:30 and 3 would be my best guess. They are estimating it right now that it just broke on St. Louis Cardinals. There it is, 2:30 Eastern time. If you go on Twitter, don't get confused because it says 1:30. So they're an hour behind us. But that's what we're going for. We're assuming 2:30, so we have about 45 minutes. And with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and play you a clip, trying to figure out one that we've got the most time for. Let's go with the Once Upon a Pastime era, one of our shorter ones that we have. This one is the Bobby Cox era Braves, and as soon as this finishes up, we'll start the lineups and everything, and hopefully we get the exact time. Right now we're being told 2:30 Eastern. I'll put it on the screen here in 1 second. into it. Get it. Let's get it. We're going to do something a little different today. Part of our Once Upon a Pastime series, as we will be doing this from time to time, and thought this would be a good opportunity today to do it. So let's go ahead and get into it. This is what I would like to call the greatest players that we never talk about. And it basically goes back to, now, the plan is to do a few of these, and one of them I want to do in the near future. I want to talk about the Negro Leagues. I want to talk about other eras of baseball. But essentially today what I'm going to get into are the pioneers of the game, and we never talk about how great these players are, even though they deserve all of the accolades in their own right. Excuse me. Now, what you're looking at is a picture of the old Boston Braves park, and I just picked that one out because I'm not going to scroll through a bunch of different ballparks pictures, but I just wanted to kind of set the scene of where we're at on this and why we are talking about this and going into Major League Baseball of the yesteryear. As we do this, I also want to talk about, when we do this, I'm going to pick out a guy at each position that may be a little newer player that deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. I'm going to go ahead and set the backdrop like that. So that's the big picture of the stadium, and then that's more of a clearer picture over my shoulder. But you get the idea. We're talking about players that you may not be aware of, and a lot of them you may have heard of. If you're a big-time baseball fan, you probably have heard of them. But how much do you know about them, and do you ever talk about them? And I just thought it would be a good time to hit this up. And we're going to go by position. We're not going to spend 4.5 hours doing this. We're just going to kind of hit it up and be a good talking point. So let's, without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into it. And there's no better place to start at than the catcher position, right? And the catcher position, when you talk about a guy that, and when I rated these guys, there's a lot of ways you could go about it, but the easiest way to do it is I looked at who is and who isn't in the Hall of Fame, who played Major League Baseball at the turn of the century, essentially the early years, we'll say the first 50. And also, I looked at their WAR. And if they didn't have at least a decent WAR, then what are we talking about, right? What exactly are we talking about if we don't have a guy in mind that at least has a decent WAR on tap? And so you look at some of the guys that came along at the beginning of Major League Baseball, and look, everybody knows the Johnny Benches. Everybody knows, the Yogi Berras. Even into the Negro Leagues, everybody knows about Josh Gibson by now. If you don't, there's something wrong with you. But there were other players that were very dominant at their position that didn't get a whole heck of a lot of, we just don't talk about them now. Because the big thing now in sports is what? Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT? Well, there's a lot of guys that were considered the greatest of their time that have been overlooked at this point. And those are the guys that I'm kind of circling at this point, right? And we're going to start off. Now, I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to go ahead and make a side note. A catcher that I think should absolutely be in the Hall of Fame, that got in as a manager but should have gotten in as a player, and they won't backtrack it or whatnot. He's in. It's kind of a dead issue. Joe Torre. Joe Torre does not get enough love. Joe Torre was one hell of a catcher, and you got to stick up for Braves country at some point. Ted Simmons was well overdue when he finally got in, but Joe Torre, you go back and look at his numbers. We won't dive into it today, but he had himself a hell of a career. And it's a little sad that everyone kind of forgets how great of a catcher he is. I mean, at WAR, if you just go off of WAR, he's a top 10 catcher of all time. Yes. I know some people are like, what? Yes. He's a top 10 catcher of all time. And that's a heck of a statement, to be honest with you, because when you look at some of the players that played all throughout Major League Baseball history, there's a lot of guys, man, they just get overlooked because they played with bigger names. They've played so long ago nobody cares about it anymore, realistically. And that's a shameful thing in its own right. So let's go ahead and talk about a guy that I think just doesn't get enough attention. This guy, when you talk about a guy that was one of the best of his time, Bill Dickey behind the plate. Bill Dickey was an 11-time All-Star for the New York Yankees. He won the World Series 7 times. Now, that's a common theme with the New York Yankees. In that time period, in the 20s and 30s, even into the 40s and 50s, the New York Yankees were the most dominant franchise in sports. So you have a lot of guys who have multiple rings, and that's never going to realistically be the number one criteria for that time period because of that. But you've got to look at something. Number one, something that nobody talks about, is the fact that he's in Monument Park. His number 8 is retired. If you've been retired by the New York Yankees, you've done something. If you're in Monument Park, for those of y'all who haven't been, I have been, and it's something to behold. It is one of the most bone-chilling moments you will have as a baseball fan, as an American, and just as a human being. They open it up, depending on if it's a day game or night game. Day game, I went in, and I want to say they opened it maybe an hour before the game. I really don't remember the exact number, but I do remember that they opened it up. It was either an hour, maybe it was 90 minutes, and you would go in there, and no one pushes you around, or pushes you along, excuse me. It's a very small area. It's a very small area behind center field wall. Years ago, Monument Park was actually a part of the field. It was right behind center field, and there was no barrier. Balls would go up there. Now Monument Park, with the new stadium and whatnot, it's got its own little area. And the really neat thing about the whole thing is Monument Park, you go in there, you can literally hear a pin drop. It is like walking in to a revered, I've never been into the Sistine Chapel, but I would say it's like that. I've been into a couple of chapels. I've been to a couple of the major ones in New York City and one in Chicago, and the ones that are like the tourist destinations, and people come in, you have just buckets and buckets of people in there, and they're not saying a word because they're in awe, and also they're being respectful of everyone around them. And I will never forget. So I'm at the game by myself. I went to a few Yankee games, but when I went to Monument Park, I went to a game by myself. It was a morning game. I believe it was the one. I went to a couple of morning games. I think it was the one that I talk about for the 4th of July game against the Blue Jays. I think it was that game, but I might be mixing it up. But anyways, the point is it was an early game. I want to say a 1 o'clock game, so I think they opened it up at 11:30. So probably like a 1:10 first pitch, and they shut the doors at 1 o'clock because they want everybody the hell out of there at the game time. So you go in there, and I'm walking along, and like I said, I went to the game by myself. I was meeting up with friends after the game. I was like, man, you got to go to a freaking Yankee game on 4th of July. What are you doing? You're not an American. Surrounded by idiots. All right, so I go in there. I don't know what to expect. I thought I was just going to see a little tiny museum and read some stuff, and that'd be cool. And I love history. I love baseball, and there's nothing better than the history of baseball. And go in there, and there are grown men crying, hugging, because it was like a pilgrimage to them. Now, I didn't have the same effect because I didn't grow up a Yankee fan, but I'm talking about these are older men. So this was around the 2011-ish, 2012, 2010, somewhere in that neighborhood. Shortly after it had been open, a few years after it had been open, it was not an old stadium at all. So my point is, I was standing there next to people who were like World War II veteran age, excuse me. Some of them younger. Some of them would have been would have been old enough to have fought in Korea and Vietnam. Some of them were standing there with their military gear on. I remember seeing a couple of the VFW hats and whatnot. But they're just crying. You would think if you were dropped in and you didn't know, you would have thought that you were basically standing at a monument where people were actually buried. But these were just grown men that had made a pilgrimage. They'd never been to the stadium. They grew up, and I can remember the guy who was crying next to me, older guy, and he was like, I never thought I'd get to see it. I never thought I'd get to see it. And man, that just rushed over me. And what he was pointing at was the monument of one Bill Dickey. And I guess he grew up. No, I didn't talk to the guy. I'm telling you, talking about no one talks, nobody talks. Like, even if you're whispering, everyone's the people that are working there will kind of cut you an eye. You're supposed to embrace it, enjoy it, and walk out, and then talk about it. Because there's a line. Trust me, my friend, there's a line. People are just wrapped around. I couldn't believe how big of a wait there was. But once you decide to go do something, you're like, well, I'm going. I'm in. It's over. Let's do it. Let's get it. I didn't come all the way up here, walk up these steps and whatnot, to just say, nah, I'm good. I'm done. It is what it is. So I got in there, and I'm telling you, just the rush of emotions that goes over you at that point, it's unreal. And you don't know these people. But you can feel their, it wasn't right sorrow, it was just overwhelmed with joy because they'd finally gotten to see what they wanted to see. I couldn't really relate to it at the time because I'd seen most of the stuff I'd want to see. As far as there are some, but as far as my teams, I've seen just about everything. But I don't know where this guy is from. And he might have grown up listening to it on the radio and finally got a chance. So it was really cool. I remember because when he said, I was like, who's he crying over? I figured it was Babe Ruth or something. But no, it was Bill Dickey. And he was, they went out, and I was standing not too far from them, and I could hear them chattering. I can't begin to tell you what they were saying, but he was going. I'm sure he just grew up a huge Bill Dickey fan, but Bill Dickey was one of those guys, man. He was, like I said, 7-time World Series, 11-time All-Star, and so he goes behind home plate for me. And I cut this off. Bill Dickey played about as late as any of these guys will have played, but I tried to cut this off at the really early parts. But as far as catchers, ones that are worth talking about, first of all, that experience I had was incredible. And the other thing is, there weren't a lot of great catchers that, really stood out at the very early part of the century, because they were literally there just to go out and catch the ball, make sure. I mean, they were literally, when they talk about the tools of ignorance, that's what they were. They were there to get beat up on the regular, and it just did not matter that these guys. I mean, there were guys like Buck Ewing. I thought about putting him in there, but he also played 3 positions. But Buck Ewing, who played for the New York Gothams, which we all know eventually in a roundabout way end up becoming the also, I didn't see this. But anyways, the New York Gothams eventually become the New York Giants. I don't know why. I guess for 1 year the Giants were in the independent league. I've missed that. I thought I knew most of that early history, but that's interesting. But anyways, yeah, it's really strange. New York was in the National League from 1883 to 1889. In 1890, they went to the Players League. I knew there was some jumping. I don't remember it being the Giants, and then they went back to the National League the next year. So that's pretty much why I went with Bill Dickey to start off. All right, so we go on from that. And like I said, Joe Torre should have been in as a player. And I still think you should put him as a player. And do this before these guys pass. My God. We got to wait till these guys pass away and then go, oh, let's go honor them. Well, that doesn't do any good. They can't celebrate with their family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the whole 9 yards. All right, my first baseman. And this guy, so I remember talking about this with one of the guys on the show years ago, and I ran into the recording, and then I did a deeper dive before I did the show today, and I was like, why was Hank Greenberg overlooked in the annals of history? 2-time MVP, 2-time World Series champion, a 5-time All-Star. He's in the Hall of Fame. But why is he always overlooked and not talked about as one of the greats? Although anyone who watched him play during that era, I mean, my grandfather would talk about how Greenberg was one of the greats. Well, now it all kind of makes sense because I look at this and everybody always talks about the numbers that were stolen from Ted Williams. No one talks about Hank Greenberg. For all intents and purposes, 1941 through 1945, 5 years of his career were stolen by World War II. He only played in 19 games in 1941 as he joined early. And by 1945, when he came back, he only got a chance to play in 78 games. So all in all, we'll say, any way you look at it, it's 5 seasons, because I don't care what you're talking about, a guy trying to come back and get into shape, et cetera, et cetera. It's 5 seasons were stolen from him. He played a total of 87 games, 97 games from 41 to 1945. Hit 15 home runs in that time period. The very next year, in 1946, he had 44. The year before he left, he hit 41. So let's lowball him and just say he's not going to go out. No one goes out and hits 40 home runs every year, although he was. He hit 58 in 1938. He hit 40 in 37. He hit 36 and 35. So his absence ends up making it just a it says 13-year career. It was really an 11-year career. And he still ended up with 331 home runs. So let's just lowball it and say in those 5 years, if he got full 5 years, and there was one that he was banged up in 36, but I'm going to leave that one out. But the full 5 years, say he just did the bare minimum of what he was doing at the time and lowballing it at 30. It's 150 more home runs. He's probably somewhere around 500 home runs bare minimum. And at that point, 500 home runs at that time, 500 home runs was like the mark that everybody would just shoot for. So that alone makes it just an incredible situation going into it, because think about that. Everyone just kind of forgets about him. No one wants to talk about him. But think about the fact that the man was serving his country, and had he not been serving his country during that time frame, which I'm sure he doesn't regret, he's a 500 home run hitter. Not to mention the fact he retires right after the 47 season, and you wonder if there was injuries, all that kind of stuff that added to the fact of him going to war. So Hank Greenberg's my first baseman, the guy that belongs in the Hall of Fame at first base. We'll get more into this in other episodes of this. But, man, come on. Todd Helton. You kidding me with Todd Helton? And I get so tired of hearing, well, he played in Colorado, and you can't put him in because of this and that and blah, blah, blah. Did he hit the ball or did he not hit the ball? Did he do it? Did he get it or did he not get it? Todd Helton, if you look at his WAR, Todd Helton is just below Mark McGwire and just above Harmon Killebrew. Todd Helton belongs in the damn Hall of Fame. And it's absurd that he's not there. Second baseman we're going to get into now. Second baseman that I believe belongs in the Hall, and that I believe belongs in your everyday discussion when you talk about the greats that no one talks about. You've probably heard of this man, but no one really talks about him. He played so long ago. He played from 1896 to 1916. He once was such a huge name in Major League Baseball. They don't do this anymore. That they named the team after him. He was playing for the Cleveland Naps from 1902 to 1914, and that wasn't a coincidence. The Naps were short for Naplohoy, nicknamed the Frenchman because of his last name. Now, he was born in Rhode Island, but that was a very common thing back then that everyone, they do to a degree to this day, but back then it was very popular that you would be identified by your ancestry. And so he was nicknamed the Flying Frenchman. And this guy, Triple Crown winner in 2001, 5-time batting champion, American League home run leader, 3-time RBI leader. It's funny, the Cleveland Guardians Hall of Fame, that still looks weird to me. The Cleveland Guardians have gone through so many name changes over the years. They were, at one point, listen to this craziness. They were the Cleveland Forest Cities for a long time. And they went from that to the Cleveland Blues from 82 to 84. They went to the Cleveland Spiders, but nicknamed the Blues. What? You change your name, but you're still going by your old nickname. They did that from 1887 to 1889. Then they were called the Cleveland Infants, and the nickname turned to Babies. So every time they named a team, they gave them a different nickname. Really strange. They became the Naps. I talked about that from 02 to 1902 to 1914. And then after that, they would become known as the Cleveland Indians because their best player was a man by the name of Chief Bender, who was one of the best pitchers of all time. Get into that in a second. But Chief Bender they named the team after him. So it was a badge of honor. And then years and years later, 100 years later, they're changing the name because they're saying, that it's denigrating and whatnot, not realizing most of these people that are saying this and changing it, it was actually a slap in the face to anybody from that time period who adored a Native American, Chief Bender, which is the craziest part about this entire thing. You changed the name, but the name was there to honor Chief Bender. I mean, at least rename him. If you don't want to go with the Indians, I get that. Times change, et cetera, et cetera. But at least could you not name them the Cleveland Benders? Could you not name them the Cleveland Chiefs? Just putting that out there. Something to recognize who they'd been all this time. Anyways, Nap LaHoy, one of the highest batting averages in the history of Major League Baseball, 339 batting average, 3,200 hits, almost 1,600 RBIs, and that was at the top of the game at the time because RBIs, he played in the dead ball era, and he had 1,599 RBIs. He was also a manager for a stint, won 377 games. The Cleveland Naps, he was a player manager from 05 to 09. But this guy, man, he was every bit at the time. He was looked upon as one of, if not the best player. Everyone knows Ty Cobb. Very few people talk about Nap LaHoy. Nap LaHoy, Ty Cobb, they were synonymous along with Honus Wagner of who the greatest players were in the game at the time. I mean, you have a team named after you. Your team named after you. That's something. That's something. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to hit up a guy that was the home run king at the time that he played, and it got destroyed by Babe Ruth. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country's Once Upon a Pastime series.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Billy Wagner is possibly the best left-handed reliever of all time. Despite being a lefty, Wagner was born a natural righty. At the age of 7, he broke his right arm not once, but twice. While recovering, Billy learned to throw left-handed, and the rest is history. You might think that the St. Louis Cardinals are named after the bird, but that's not the case. In 1899, a reporter named Willie McHale overheard a woman talking about the, at the time, St. Louis Perfectos uniforms, saying that they were a lovely shade of cardinal. Fans liked the moniker Cardinals, and the name stuck.
Armchair.
Washington manager Joe Cantillon had received a report about a 19-year-old pitcher said to be tearing up the Idaho State League. This boy throws so fast you can't see him, the scout said, and he knows where he is throwing because if he didn't, there would be dead bodies all over Idaho. Walter Perry Johnson was a modest country boy from Humboldt, Kansas, with broad shoulders, long arms, and a curious motion that delivered the ball faster than any other pitcher had before him, and perhaps none has since. Still, he was cautious. Before signing up, he asked for a return ticket home, just in case things didn't work out back east. Things did work out. Johnson hurled the ball so fast that one batter left the box after 2 swings. The umpire told him he had a 3rd swing coming. "I know," he said, "and you can have the next one. It won't do me any good." "There's only one way to time Johnson's fastball," said Bertie McCree. "When you see the arm start forward, swing." Another batter simply shook his head. "You can't hit what you can't see."
In the words of the umpire, Billy Evans, he said, "Was it hard to call a game that Walter Johnson was pitching?" And he said, "Well, it wasn't really that hard. They wouldn't second guess me because not only were my eyes closed, their eyes were closed too."
All right, third baseman time. Where we go with this, everyone's going to say Michael Jack Schmidt, Chipper Jones, right? Going a little different. First of all, the guy that ought to be in the Hall of Fame that's not in the Hall of Fame, a small stint with the Braves organization. Darrell Evans, put him in now. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous that Darrell Evans is in the Hall of Fame. That's a different show, but I do want to acknowledge those guys that belong. Frank Home Run Baker. His nickname was Home Run Baker. Frank Home Run Baker never hit more than 12 home runs in a season. But he was the home run king at the time. When Babe Ruth came along and started swatting the balls, 27, then 54, then 60, it was like, what the hell is this guy? He's an alien. He's not from this earth. You think people freak out about Shohei Ohtani and get starry-eyed about Shohei Ohtani? Man, that's piddling. That's nothing. That's child's play. Shohei Ohtani is a very good player and very good at both positions. He's not necessarily the best at both positions. First of all, he doesn't play a position anymore. All he does is DH. But I'd still say the most dangerous bat in baseball when healthy is Aaron Judge. And slowly and surely, you're starting to get more players that are just as dynamic at the plate. If you're only giving me the batting ability and I have to choose one or the other, man, I'm telling you right now, I'd rather have Ronald Acuna Jr. because he's just that explosive. He does more. Now, I can also put him in the field, which also handicaps it, but we're taking that out because Ohtani does play the field once every 5 days. But back to Home Run Baker, it's funny that this guy was nicknamed Home Run Baker because in 1913 he hit 12, in 1912 he hit 10, in 1911 he hit 11. Man, that guy was tearing up the league. 1914, man, he hit 9, he hit 10 in 1916. But this was looked upon this was the dead ball era, and people laugh at it and don't understand, and they're like, man, these guys were weak, they couldn't hit. No, it was a different game. It was a different ball. The ball was so different at the time. It was unbelievable. They didn't start changing the ball until Babe Ruth came along because they found out he could hit it a country mile, and they wanted people They wanted the chicks to dig the long balls, what they wanted. They wanted to see people flock to the stadiums, and you weren't going to do that with a ball that's been used all day long. It was gray and muddy and full of everything by the eighth inning. And what really did it in was the guy that got hit in the head at dusk by what was essentially a gray ball, and it killed him at home plate. And that took place in the early 1920s, and that absolutely did it in. That's when they came in and said, we're changing the balls. Every time it goes. Nowadays, they do it almost every at-bat. But back then, they were basically saying, if it's scuffed up, let's get rid of it. Because they didn't want to freak people out. They wanted them coming to the stadium. So Frank Home Run Baker, this is a guy, you look at some of his metrics. One of the metrics you can always look at a guy is that his OPS plus. Now, he played for the Philadelphia Athletics from 2008 until 1916, and then he played for the Yankees from 17 to 22. Can you imagine? You had Home Run Baker on the same team as Babe Ruth. People were probably just go on the streets going, they're going to be unstoppable. They got the two best home run hitters of all time. And then Babe Ruth just blew by everybody. Goes, never mind. They had the absolutely hands down greatest home run hitter of all time. But you look at how this went down, and he had an OPS plus of 135 for his career. 152 in the early part of his career with Philadelphia, still a 113 towards the back end with the Yankees. An OPS plus takes into consideration the time, the era of when you played, which is why his OPS plus is so high in the early part of his career from 2008 until 1914, because he's hammering the ball out of the stadium. His batting averages at the time were 347, 334. He had a 337. He's killing the ball. He has an OPS, regular OPS. He had 4 consecutive years of OPS well into the 800s and 2 into the 900s. In other years, he was in the high 700s. Nowadays, high 700s is looked upon, it's pretty good, but you really want to be 800. And back then, that was a big deal. The home runs weren't hit. There weren't stadiums for every team. There were teams that were still out there playing with just bleachers that they assembled. There were teams that didn't have an outfield. They were just roped off. So if they could run through the crowd and get the ball and get it back in, you didn't get an automatic home run when you hit it 400 feet. You still had to hoof it. And you were hoofing it through the mud. So the conditions were so different. When people will look at you and say, so-and-so could have never played in today's game. That is BS. Whoever you're talking about that's in the Hall of Fame from years ago would have played in today's game, because they would have had, first of all, they would have had all the advantages that these guys do today with all the workout regimens, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So let's go ahead and put that out there. But the second thing is, it's more so-and-so from today could have never played back then because it was a hell of a lot tougher. And you probably had to, most of them had to carry a second job in the offseason. And there are a lot of those guys that be like, I'm out. Do you think any of these NBA guys today would do? They'd be like, I'm done. Y'all can have it. I'm not sitting on the back of this. I'm not going to be on this rickety-ass bus going through town to town, eating old-ass apples, sharing a bunk bed, sharing beds. You had bedmates. What was the guy? Rube Waddell had a bunkmate that had it specifically put in the contract that Rube Waddell was not allowed to eat crackers in bed because they were roommates. I guess these guys, they're eating crackers. He was known as a drinker. I guess he's drunk eating crackers and is itching the hell out. I mean, This is what they did. Maniacs. Absolute maniacs. So home run Baker's my third baseman. Shortstop. This was an interesting one. And I did some deep search. And I was like, all right, who? And this guy comes up. And I'm like, man, I need to know more about this. I've heard of him, but I didn't. Archie Vaughn. Give me Archie Vaughn. Now, who needs to be in the Hall of Fame that should be in the Hall of Fame? It's absurd that he's not. Omar Vizquel is the greatest defensive shortstop in the history of Major League Baseball, and the fact that he's not rewarded to be in the Hall of Fame is asinine. And if you don't think he's the greatest shortstop to ever play Major League Baseball defensive, you didn't watch him play. Because I didn't watch him play for the very first part of his career, and I would laugh about, hey, he barely hits some, can barely hit his weight, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then Major League Baseball became a little more accessible, and I started seeing a lot more games. Last 7 to 10 years of his career. I didn't see the first few, but I started seeing it a lot more, and I was like, my God, this guy is just, he's different. We are not the same species. This dude can pick it. So Omar Vizquel belongs in the Hall of Fame. But this guy, Archie Vaughn, who is he? What did he do? Played for the Brooklyn Dodgers in the early 40s and the late 40s, as he was not in the game during the war. But in the 1932 all the way to 1941, he played for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Very good. People don't realize in today's game, when they think about the Pittsburgh Pirates, they don't realize that was a very good franchise for a long, long time. But the Pittsburgh Pirates, this guy was a 9-time All-Star. And remember, the All-Star game didn't exist for the first couple of years of his career. So 9-time All-Star, won the batting title. He ended up with only 96 home runs, just like Home Run Baker. He played a little later in the day, in the game than Home Run Baker. It wasn't quite the dead era, but in that time period, middle infielders were not expected to hit home runs. They wanted you for defense, and they put the most athletic guys out there. His lifetime batting average, though, was .318. He hit .385 and won the batting title in 1935. He had an OPS plus of 136. That's damn good for a career. And his RBI total was only 926, but once again, he was a light-hitting infielder that was up at the top of the order. He scored almost 1,200 runs in his career. Folks need to talk more about Archie Vaughn. Not to mention, man, bring that guy up in a conversation. You know why? It's just cool to say Archie Vaughn. Archie? Yeah, that dude was picking it when I was growing up. That'd have been my favorite player. I might have been a Pirates fan. I'd be like, Archie, get it. Archie. Come on, Archie. I saw the name, and I assumed that he was born like in the 1840s or something when I first pulled it up. So I was like, man, I've heard this guy's name. I know he's in the Hall. When did he play? All that kind of stuff. And I looked at it, it's from Clifty, Arkansas. The name makes sense now. Born in 1912, Clifty, Arkansas. You showed up in Pittsburgh, going to make the team. Somebody there gave you the nickname Archie, I guarantee it. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, the outfield. And these are the good ones. The outfield. We'll be back in a flash.
Leave me alone. I'm a happily married man.
There's no way you're happy. You have 2 kids. Your wife is a disaster. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I will show her this. She will divorce you. You will become my brother forever.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. AL MVP Shohei Ohtani was not only a great
Lineup Lineup for Braves country. DM McGee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. Give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea. The Mets he would bury. D is for David. Just as he'd bring a game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff, dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavin. Southpaw wines and kicks. Changing speeds east and west. A gemming game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright. The father of baseball, Boston Pennants in flight. I is for inning. Ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly. And his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts. A plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash. Getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf. We've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P's still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitchers lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler, Matzik, and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren, Skip Carey 2, Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren, spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young. The game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee, to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves country's the best. Lineup for Braves country by DM McGee, 2024. Welcome in, Braves country. Obviously, it's a bumpy start because they don't really give you a heads up. They just kind of pop on. So we'll play it by ear as we go here. Pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Leading off, it is Jared Kelenic. He'll be followed by Ozzie, Ozuna, Icehouse, and the Rake. And we're just about set. Gibson comes set. And yes, sir, it is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way is swung on and bang back foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swing, pops it up. Can of corn over towards second. Making the catch is Gorman. One away. You can pretty much expect both teams to be swinging early and often when you have this big of a delay. After a long delay and a doubleheader, usually these games go pretty quickly. So all the questions about are they going to play at 7:15 tonight or not, it depends on the end of the first game, but that will be the goal. Ozzie Albies stands in, open stance from the left side. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch to Ozzie. Down and in, 92-mile-an-hour fastball misses. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Nothing, your score, top of the first inning. Gibson comes set. Kicks and fires. Way outside, 2-0. You got a 2-0 count. After this batter, we're going to attempt to change the view real quick because it is up and going. The 2-0 from Gibson. Swing and a miss. Sinker on the outer edge. 2-1. Game one of a doubleheader. Nothing, your score. The infield is back and to the right, but on the left side, playing on the grass. The 2-1 pitch swung on. That ball is lifted. Soft line drive over to second. Gorman will make a jumping catch. Quickly 2 outs. So 2 down. We changed the scoreboard for you here on Braves Country Radio. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Marcell stands in with a .314 average. The first pitch on the way. It's well outside. Called for a bad strike by home plate umpire Lance Barrett. It's 0-1. You'll probably see the umpires calling wide strikes today as well. Expect that on a doubleheader. The 0-1, outside wide, 1-1. Anything they can do to pick up the pace because the umpires don't like playing doubleheaders as much as players don't like being in doubleheaders, especially one that you're not expected. The 1-1 to Ozuna. Kicks and fires, swing, chops it foul down the line, 1-2. Ozuna, 21 home runs, 61 RBI. The 1-2 from Gibson. Pauses for a second. He'll step off the bump. The 1-2. Comes set. Gibson lets her go. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So 3 up, 3 down. Not a big shocker there in the game one of a doubleheader. We'll be back in a flash. Raylo comes to the dish.
Y'all, I can't wait for my kids to move out and invite me over for dinner. I'm going to say I don't want that and throw some in the air fryer, eat 2 bags of chips, drink a whole bottle of water and leave it on the table, turn on all the lights and walk away leaving a complete mess behind me.
The longer you wait on the ball, the better you see it. The better you see it, the harder you hit it. The harder you hit it, the higher your average is. The higher your average is, the more money you make. And the more money you make, the more you're going to get laid.
In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1. Who do you think had the most hits in the 1990s? Some names that may come to mind are Tony Gwynn, Ken Griffey Jr., or even Barry Bonds. The answer is actually Cubs first baseman Mark Grace with 1,754 hits in the 90s.
In 1919, no team played better than the Chicago White Sox, pennant winners in the American League, and few teams were paid as poorly or got along as badly. Players deliberately crossed each other on the field. During infield practice, no one threw the ball to second baseman Eddie Collins, Chicago's highest paid player, all season long. Teammate Chick Gandil had not spoken to Collins since 1915. I thought you couldn't win without teamwork, Collins said later, until I joined the White Sox. Yet somehow we won 100 games and the pennant that year. The White Sox were heavy favorites to beat the better paid but far weaker Cincinnati Reds in the World Series. The Chicago...
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Time for a little roll call. If we do miss you, just jump back in the chat. I jotted these down about a half hour before the game started. Good afternoon in the Country Club. We've got Robert, Gary McCoy, Charlie Pittman, I see Mark Ricardo, JC, Pushing Buttons, and Del Mar. First pitch on the way from Ronaldo Lopez is swung on and smacked back foul up against the screen. It's 0-1. I see Ed Spry. I'm assuming the GOAT is here. He may be waking up late. I know he works night hours. Also in Braves country. As the 0-1 pitch. Swing. Hits it high. Not very deep. Into center field, making the catch is Kid Kelnick, one away. John, Kyle, Grandma King, Heather, Russell, Greg. What you talking about, Willis? I see Willis. And I think that's everybody, but if I missed anybody, y'all just let me know. It's always a bumpy ride on these doubleheaders. They do the same thing, by the way, y'all, during the doubleheader. They rarely do any kind of intro. They just kind of go, "Bow, we're back!" First pitch. First pitch on the way to Burleson is swung on and popped back foul. It's 0-1. That's normally because everyone in the video crew, along with all the broadcasters that they have, they're jamming down a sandwich or something during the break, and they just kind of don't want to do some big, long intro. The 0-1 pitch to Burleson. Kicks and fires, swung on. That ball's lifted high into left field. Drifting back is Forrest Wall in left field to away F7 in your scorecard. We'll go over the lineups here in 1 second, as we didn't have a chance to do that. It's pretty much the same lineup from last night. It's exactly the same lineup from last night for the St. Louis Cardinals. Mason Wynn, Alec Burleson, Contreras, Goldschmidt, Donovan, Arenado, Gorman, Carpenter, and Ciani. We'll intro them as they come up to the plate. First pitch on the way to Contreras is a four-seam fastball up high. It's 1-0. Wilson Contreras batting .279 on the year. 6 home runs, 13 RBI. The 1-0 popped up, high can of corn. And just like the Braves' first inning, it's 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball, only on Braves Country Radio.
Hey, quick question, and I feel stupid for asking, but when you're stirring up some do you go clockwise or counterclockwise?
Today we are discussing the career of George Brett. He is most known for the Pine Tar game that occurred on July 24th, 1983. He twice collected 4 hits in a postseason game. Even more impressive, he batted .370 in the World Series against the St. Louis Cardinals. This included his Game 7 4-for-5 performance. Overall, in the postseason, he batted .337 with a 1.023 OPS in 43 games. In 1980, he nearly became the first player to hit 400 since Ted Williams in 1941. On September 19th, with 13 games left, he went 2 for 4, raising his his average to exactly 400. He won the American League MVP award in 1980. He finished with a 300 or better average in 11 of his 21 seasons. Over his 21-year career, he batted .305 with 317 home runs and 1,596 RBI. He had 3,154 hits and had a career WAR of 88.6. He was a 13-time All-Star, won 1 Gold Glove, and won 6 Silver Sluggers. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1999 with 98.2% of the vote.
It certainly was a kind of have and have not thing. The baseball players were very expendable. If you got hurt, you were gone. There was no pension or anything else like that. And they saw people making money hand over fist. The owners, in Comiskey's case, he owned the ballpark. He bottled his own soda in the basement. He was making a nickel on everything that went, that moved in that ballpark. And there they were, they were nicknamed the Black Sox even before they threw the World Series, because one year he started charging them for laundering their uniforms. And they went on strike by saying, okay, then we won't launder them. And they got dirtier and dirtier and dirtier until the sports writers called them the Black Sox. And then, in fact, Comiskey said, okay, I'll launder your uniforms. And then he took it out of their World Series bonus.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves go back to work with the bats. Matt Olson leads us off. The first pitch on the way. He's right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Last night, the pick to click was Riley in a 5-2 score. Today, it's Riley with a 4-2 score. I'm just factoring in the game one of a doubleheader is usually a little lower scoring. The 0-1, down and away, 1-1. Atlanta Braves are expecting to bring Bryce Elder to the bump tonight, so it's no Chris Sale. Chris Sale pitch tomorrow in Chicago. The 1-1 pitch up top misses, 2-1, which I think will be pretty cool. That's what I had expected. If you remember last week, we were talking about them getting an extra day of rest for the pitchers, and that would put Sale back in Chicago versus the White Sox for the first time as the 2-1. Off the plate wide, 3-1. But that's pretty cool that he'll get a chance to pitch against the White Sox, where he started his career, now in a Braves uniform. The 3-1 from Gibson. Lets her rip. Swing. Slice foul by Olson. Down the line. Full count. Looks to be about maybe a third, and I'm being very generous, of the stadium full right now. But I'm sure a lot of folks are planning on coming to tonight, as this was a last-minute addition to the schedule. The payoff pitch, swung on, foul down the line. Do it again, 3-2. So a payoff count. I did see an interesting question that I'd kind of almost forgotten about. Someone was asking if it's a 7-inning doubleheader. Those went away at the end of 2021. That was a 2020-2021 rule only. The payoff pitch to Olson. Swing. That ball sliced foul. Another fastball up top. So a full count to Olson. Gibson now at 17 pitches. Braves nothing, Cardinals nothing. The payoff from Gibson. Curveball outside wide. Ball 4. So a great at bat by Olson. Works himself down to the first base bag. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Riley, first pitch, cutter up top, 90 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Kyle Gibson, if I do accidentally call him Kirk a few times, I do apologize. I grew up in that era. Kyle Gibson, the 0-1, inside almost gets him, 1-1. He throws an array of 6 pitches, pretty evenly spread between the sinker, sweep, cutter, and 4-seam. He also has the change in the curve. The 1-1 up top, misses high. Ball 2, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Gibson comes set, the pitch, swing, and that ball's rifled into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. That's going to put runners on first and second and nobody out. And your Atlanta Braves got something cooking here in the second. All gas, no brakes, baby. Let's go. Got to take advantage when you have these guys in scoring position. The Braves don't have that long lineup like they had last year. Sean Murphy getting the start in game 1. First pitch on the way is a curveball inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Darnode will get the start in game 2. The 1-0. Murph batting 194 on the year, which is quite an improvement. The 1-0. Sweeper misses inside, 2-0. Kind of like to see Murphy stick that chicken wing out there and grab that base, load the bases up, but he bent out of the way. Of all the pitches, that's the one you want to get hit by. The 2-0 from Gibson. Rocks and fires, down and away, sweeper misses, ball 3-0. So they're trying to get him to hit that soft stuff mainly because you got some of the slower batters, slower base runners up there, and you want them to bang into a double play. But so far, Murphy hasn't taken the bait. Infield back into the left, the 3-0 pitch. Outside wide ball 4, and Murph didn't have to get a bruise on his nubby. He's just going to head on down to first, and we got the bases juiced, and nobody out. With Ramon Laureano coming to the plate. Appreciate all of y'all spending your afternoon with us today. If you can, hit that like button. If you haven't already subscribed, please subscribe. And if you want to help out the channel, join the country club today. Contreras goes out there to talk to Gibson to calm him down a little bit. He's at 26 pitches. But if my math is right, 15, 16 of them are in this inning. Laureano comes to the plate batting 186. And this is the biggest difference in the lineup right now. First pitch on the way. Laureano's 92 up top. It's 0-1. The Laureano had 3 doubles the other night. You can start looking at this. This is the hole in the lineup. Laureano, Forrest, and Short. Last year is the 0-1 pitch. Swung ball high, chopper. They're only going to have the play to a 4. Make that a 6-4-3 attempt at a double play. They do not turn it because Laureano still has pretty good speed. So he busts it down the line. He'll get an RBI. Olsen comes home to score, and the Braves lead at 1-0. It was a high Baltimore chopper. I honestly didn't think it was going to be as close as it was. I thought Laureano had much better speed than that. He's not slow by any means, but he doesn't have the kind of speed you expect from an outfielder. But he was definitely busting it down the line. So runners on the corners, 1 out. The pitch. Wall shows bunt, 91 right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Philly leads Detroit 5-1. That's the bad news. The good news is if you take the doubleheader, you will gain a half game. Braves come into today 7.5 behind Philly. They could leave as high as 6 out if Detroit can make a comeback. Pitch on the way is in the dirt. 1-1. The 1-1. Pitch on the way. High and inside. 89-mile-an-hour cutter misses. Ball 2, 2-1. Second game of a 3-game series. The third game is tonight. They're shooting for 7:15. The 2-1 pitch. That ball is dropped down for a bunt. Could not keep it fair. And now it's 2-2. So Wall, that pretty much takes the bunt out of the picture. He was trying to drop one down, and if that one stays fair, Riley's going to come home to score. But instead, Wall looked to put one in play. They are in double play depth. Wall's going to be a hard double play to turn. Deuce is wild here. Top of the second, 2 on. A 2-2 pitch on the way. Down and in, ball 3. Good take by Forrest. We got a bases with the runners on the corners, 1 out, and a full count to Wall. Standing on deck is Zach Short. Gibson turns around and flips it over to first, trying to catch Laureano with his hand in the cookie jar. The payoff pitch from Gibson, his 34th of the afternoon. Down and in, ball 4. The bases are still loaded. Still just 1 out. And 2 short is coming to the plate. Now, Gibson's manager, Marmol, is going to come out there and talk to him. While he does that, we're going to turn back time. These are from yesterday, from the game that was rained out. So we'll squeeze these and the others in this doubleheader. On this date, in 1943, the first pitch thrown at 6 p.m., the Cubs right-hander, High Bawthorne, shuts out the Cardinals 6-0 in a twilight game at Wrigley Field. Under the current baseball interpretations, the 2-hour and 17-minute contest played on one of the longest daylight days of the year, would be considered a night game, but no lights were needed, and it's a good thing because there were no lights in Wrigley Field in 1943. So Zach Short comes to the plate, bases loaded, first pitch on the way, outside wide, 1-0. The one thing you do like about Wall and what you do like about Short, I think you're starting to see it from Laureano. They don't have quite the prowess of the other batters that were in the lineup last year, but they do give you good at bats usually. The 1-0, swing, that ball sliced foul, 1-1. It's very rare you see Zach Short swing at the first pitch. And I'd say that's one of the rare times I've seen him swing before he gets his first strike. He knows the name of his game is just to get on base. Bases loaded, 1 out, the 1-1, outside wide, 2-1. Short with pretty good speed. You can say that for Riley and Laureano, and of course Forrest Wall's about as fast as they come. So a double play would have to be a hard hit right at somebody to get it done. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, sweeper, 2-2. Way out in front of that one. He's coming in about 89, 90 on his hard stuff. That sweeper came in at 80 miles an hour. The 2-2 pitch, swung on, that ball is chopped through the hole. That gets down, baby. That gets down where the green grass grows. Here comes 1 run. Here comes 2 runs. Your Atlanta Braves. 3. Cardinals, nada. Top of the second. Good piece of hitting there by Short. It was the soft stuff on the outer edge of the plate, and he reached out and poked it in between the 4-6 hole just left of the second base bag. And it was a good read by Laureano. He was flying the moment the ball was hit. He knew no defenders were behind him. First pitch on the way to Kid Kelnick is outside wide for a ball. Now they're going to call that a strike. Excuse me, it's 0-1. Thought he was getting the call. The 0-1, Kid Kelnick. Curveball down and in, 1-1. Kind of a bumpy opening because of the doubleheader. Braves are wearing their home grays Atlanta on the chest, tomahawk underneath, all in red outlined in navy. The 1-1, four-seam inside, misses 2-1. They'll have their navy ball caps with the white A. St. Louis Cardinals are wearing their traditional home whites. Cardinals across the chest, birds on the bat, red ball caps. The 2-1 pitch, swing and chops the sinker foul in between home and first towards the first base dugout. It's 2-2. So Deuce is wild once again here in the second. We stand with 2 on and a 2-2 count to Kid Kelnick. Standing on deck, the number 2 hitter, Ozzie Albies. The Kid takes the timeout. Texas leads Milwaukee 1-0. That game's in the third. Philly beating up on Detroit 5-1 in the seventh. The 2-1 to Kelnick. Swing, and that ball's roasted into center field. Let it make that right center field. One runner score with ease as Forrest Wall comes around the base pass.
Run, Forrest, run! Run, Forrest!
4-0 your score. And an RBI single by Kid Kelnick. On the play, great base running by Zach Short. Don't sleep on that. He went first to third with ease. St. Louis didn't even attempt to throw over there. So runners on the corners, 1 out, and the Wiz comes to the plate. First pitch, sinker up top, high and inside. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty-lefty. Kicks and fires. His 46th of the day. Swing. Slice foul and out of play. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Braves lead at 4-0. Top of the second. If you're just joining us, another rain delay. We didn't start till 2:30 Eastern. 1:30 local. The 1-1. Slice foul. Went down and got that sinker. Probably a bit out of the zone. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Atlanta trying to tack onto this lead. The pitch. Swing. That ball's chopped over towards first. The throw comes home, and Short is going to be out. If you're scoring at home, it's going to be a 3-2 put out, 2 away. Ozzie will stand at first, and Kelnick goes from first to second. Good defensive play by Goldschmidt. Good throw. So Marcell Ozuna, man, could he put a thump into this one here? He stands in. First pitch on the way. Sinker up top, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Marcell Ozuna, he could break this thing wide open with the big zoo blast. The 1-0 pitch, fisted. High into right field. Is it going to get down? It will not. Coming in, making the catch is the right fielder, Burleson. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put 4 on the board. We head to break. 4-0 in St. Louis.
Hey, just a reminder, drugs don't ruin careers. Drug tests do.
Larry Bird never had a bad season. 3-time MVP consecutively. Only player in NBA history to do that. Only small forward to average 10 rebounds for his career. He's the only one. No flaws in his game. His peak was incredible. 24, 10, and 6 are his career averages on damn near 50, 40, 90 shooting splits. So not only was Larry a great scorer, but he was also a great facilitator, great passer, solid defender, and he was a hell of a rebounder. No flaws in his game.
There is a somebody out there for everybody. and the person for you is a psychiatrist.
She was probably, I'm sorry, can you stop breathing so loud, honey? He's like, breathe quietly.
Comiskey's first baseman, Chick Gandil, a former hobo and one-time club fighter, was tired of it. He was nearing the end of his career and wanted one shot at some really big money. For the right money, Gandil let it be known, he would be willing to talk some of his teammates into throwing the series. There was nothing new in working closely with gamblers to throw games. Many players supplemented their incomes that way. The brilliant infielder Hal Chase had made something of a career of it. But throwing the World Series was something else again. Still, Gandil was determined. And now, the right money was found. An ex-boxer, Abe Attell, and Sleepy Bill Burns, a one-time White Sox pitcher, served as go-between. But behind it all was New York's most notorious gambler, Arnold Rothstein, who was said to be willing to bet on anything except the weather, because there was no way he could fix that.
Welcome back. Raylo comes to the bump for inning number 2. The first pitch is a four-seam fastball. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Rocks and fire. Swung on. Foul back. 0-2. Paul Goldschmidt, the batter. Ronaldo Lopez. Really quick 6-pitch first inning. The 0-2 pitch. Did he go around? 95, he did not. 1-2. Braves 4, Cardinals nothing. Bottom of the second inning. The infield is back and to the left. Olsen playing halfway between first and second. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, and that ball's lifted foul. Do it again, 1-2. Paul Goldschmidt, 10 home runs, 31 RBI, 662 OPS. Slow start to his year. He's been hitting the ball much better recently. The 1-2 pitch, swatted into left field. That ball's going to get down for a base hit. That could be extra bases. Wall cuts it off, fires it into second, but he's got a really weak arm, and Goldschmidt easily gets a double here to start the second inning. See other guys play left, and then you see Wall. You understand why he's not an elite defender. He's got the speed to cover the ground. He just is, I must call it a Johnny Damon arm. First pitch on the way is a slider to Donovan, down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Donovan batting .269 on the year. The 1-0 pitch, down and in, 2-0. Brendan Donovan, .269, 8 home runs, 39 RBI, 753 OPS. The 2-0 on the way. Swing, swats it back foul. 2-1. The 2-1, runner at second, nobody out. The pitch. Up top, 96 misses. Ball 3, 3-1. So Raylo, who had quite the long rest there on the bench, coming out extremely rusty. And he's flirting with danger. The 3-1 to Donovan. Righty, lefty, pitch on the way. Right there for a strike, 96 on the edge. Full count. Standing on deck is Arenado. Gorman in the hole. The payoff pitch. Kicks and fires nowhere near the zone. Way high out of the zone. Ball 4. And Raylo loses another batter. And it's first and second and nobody out. So as quickly as he gets that 4-run lead, he's flirting with giving at least a few of them back here. Braves 4, Cardinals nothing. Bottom of the second. First pitch on the way is right there at the knees. Slider, it's 0-1. One game already in the books. Mariners beat the Rays 5-2, the 0-1. Down in Milwaukee, misses again, 1-1. Seattle beating Tampa Bay 5-2. That means absolutely nothing for the Braves in the wild card standings, but it's a good way to segue into the Braves have a 4-game lead over the last spot in the wild card going into today, the 1-1. Another slider misses, another ball, it's 2-1. St. Louis is now just 3.5 back of Atlanta for the top spot. San Diego 4 out. Arizona and the Mets are 5.5 behind Atlanta. 1.5 out. The 2-1 pitch swung on, pops it up. Arenado slings his bat down in frustration. Zach Short makes the catch, calling everybody off in shallow left center, 1 away. The Pittsburgh Pirates and Washington Nationals, they are just 2.5 out of the last wild card spot. San Francisco 3 out, and the Reds are 3.5 out. The Cubs have been tumbling. They are 4 out, and they are getting dangerously close to sell-off territory. Hear a lot of these Cub pundits that are talking about who they need to bring in, They don't turn around by the All-Star break, they'll be selling. Gorman takes the first pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Nolan Gorman stands in with 16 home runs. So you got to watch that. 36 RBI, a 195 average, the 1-0. Swing and a miss, 96 out wide, 1-1. 1-1 count. On deck is Matt Carpenter, so it doesn't get much easier from here. You'd love a double play. The 1-1 pitch, nowhere near the zone. 2-1. Got a 2-1 count. Ronaldo Lopez brings it. Curveball, well out of the zone. Ball 3, 3-1. The 3-1 from Lopez. Runners at first and second, 1 out. The pitch, swing. Slice it foul into the crowd. So you got a full count. There is 1 out, so the runners probably won't be going. Can't imagine they want to run themselves out of an inning. But trouble looming here in the bottom of the second. First and second, 1 out. And the payoff pitch to Gorman with 16 home runs on the year. He brings it. Nowhere near the zone, ball 4. So Lopez walks another. And that'll bring Carpenter to the plate. This is where they were a little more proactive in that Braves dugout. Snicker would be sending Kranitz out there to talk to him, to calm him down, but they usually wait for him to give up 2 or 3 runs and then goes out there and talks to him. Time is called. They're going to call that on Raylo. Raylo once again gets an automatic ball called on him. This is the 6th time this year we have seen that. The 4th in the regular season. Raylo comes set. First pitch on the way. Down and in, 2-0. So not only does he spit the bit and not get the ball off in time, but now he's down 2-0 to Matt Carpenter. Righty-lefty, bases are juiced. Just 1 away. The 2-0. 96 out wide, just caught the edge of the zone, 2-1. A double play would save the day here for Lopez. But at this point, you would take a fly ball out, anything to kill the momentum. The 2-1 from Raylo. Swing. Pops it back foul. 97, 2-2. Standing on deck is Ciani, the number 9 hitter. Top of the order in the hole. The 2-2. Kicks it. Swing. Slices that foul and out of play. Do it again, 2-2. Atlanta 4, St. Louis nothing, but the bases are loaded. 1 out. The 2-2 from Raylo. Swung on, that ball's lifted into left field. Wall's going to bring it in, but the throw is going to be up the line and late, and it's 4-1 St. Louis. Even with that, you'll take that. You'll take the run for the out. Wall wasn't going to throw anybody out. I'm actually surprised it was as close as it was. Skipped 3 times before it got to Murphy, not very deep up the line. So first and second, 2 out. Pitch on the way to Ciani. Is way outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Michael Ciani batting .217, 2 home runs. Even with this dreadful inning, Lopez at just 33 pitches, so not terrible, but not great. The 1-0, nowhere near the zone, 2-0. Curveball missing over into the right-hand's batter box. Righty-lefty matchup. Yeah, I don't really buy into all the some guy says they're going to trade for somebody stuff. I've been doing this too long to believe any of that nonsense. That's usually just clickbait stuff. They don't know anything. They're just guessing, and they're dreaming. If you look at the contract, it would be great, but then what do you do with them in the offseason? The 2-0 to Ciani. Kicks and fires. Just grabs the edge. Wide, strike 1. 2-1. I wouldn't hate it, but once again, you're stuck with him. He's not a free agent until 2027. The 2-1. Swing. Fouls it down the line, 2-2. The thing about Forrest Wall, love having him on the team, but he is exactly what he is. He's a weak outfielder, but he's a great base runner, and he's a guy that you literally have as a pinch runner in the playoffs. That's about his ceiling. The 2-2 pitch. In the dirt, went around, strike 3. We got out of it. So I'll take that all day long. That could have been a lot nastier. It's 4-1 heading to the third.
I just remember, like, in 1998, when the internet blew up and everyone was all freaked out about it, and they were like, keep your information off the internet. And we were like, yeah, for sure. And, like, now, a stranger can literally just pull up to us in an alley and roll down the window, say our name, and we're like, oh, thank God. Can you take me to where I live?
Pete Schneider was a pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds from 1914 to 1918. On May 23, 1923, he had one of the greatest nights a baseball player can have. In that game, he was the starting right fielder for Vernon of the Pacific Coast League at Salt Lake City. In his first at-bat in the first inning, he hit a 2-run home run. Vernon batted around in the third, and once again, he would come up to the plate, this time with the bases loaded. With one swing, he unloaded them with a grand slam. In just 3 innings, he had 2 home runs and 6 RBIs. In the 4th inning, he again hit a home run, this time a 3-run home run. His next at-bat came in the 6th. He just missed another home run when he hit a double off the very top of the center field wall. In the 7th inning, he hit his 4th home run and 2nd grand slam of the game, raising his home run total to 4 and his RBI total to 13. Vernon would bat around again, and Schneider would come to the plate again in the 7th, this time with the bases empty. He hit another home run. His last at-bat came in the 9th. His last at-bat resulted in a fly-out to center field. He ended the game with 5 home runs and 14 RBIs. What a performance. Oh yeah, and his team ended up winning the game 35-11.
Rothstein was basically a guy who never gambled. You know, he's known as a gambler, and he never gambled on anything in his life, which is why he got very, very wealthy. He only put money ostensibly gambling on things that he knew were a sure thing or that he had covered so well that there was no way that he couldn't make a profit. I don't think he really cared about sports. I think he really did cynically feel like, well, these guys are schmucks. They're going to be old men, and I'm still going to be making money off this game when they just have to pay to get into the stadium.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Philadelphia leads Detroit 6-1 in the 8th. We start this off with the way we started off the last inning. Matt Olson leading us off. He walked his first time up. That pitch is outside wide for a strike. It's 0-1. Starting to rain here again in St. Louis. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss up top. Cutter, 0-2. Pittsburgh leads Cincinnati 6-1. They're heading to the 9th. Houston 2-0 over Colorado in the 5th. Texas leads Milwaukee 5-4 in the 4th. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the cutter up top. 1 away. One down. Austin Riley will come to the plate. Riley came around to score his first time up. The first pitch on the way high inside, sinker. A little chin music. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swung on, pops it back foul. 1-1. Riley 1 for 1 on the day with a run scored. He singled to center with Matt at first. The 1-1 pitch is well inside, 2-1. We're getting rain as well here. We lost power last night. It's funny that game ended up getting postponed. It was the 2-1 pitch up top. 2-2. Had that game got started last night, we probably would have lost you around the 3rd inning, 4th inning. We didn't get power until late last night. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Hopefully the power gods will leave us alone today. So 2 down, top of the 3rd. First pitch on the way to Murphy is inside for a ball. Sinker misses. It's 1-0. It's funny as that was going on. So, you're sitting here in the South. You don't have any AC for several hours because of the power being out. The 1-0 right there on the edge for a strike 1-1. And when the power finally comes back on, I'm trying to wind down. I was scrolling through Twitter to see if I missed anything as the 1-1 pitch. Swing, chops it foul down the line, 1-2. And I see this tweet come up of a picture that somebody screenshotted. I don't know who it's from. I'm assuming it's from one of their local energy companies. It's a pitch on the way to Murphy is swung on, banged on the ground. It's going to go over to second. It's going to be a 4-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. I'll complete that story when I come back, but it made me laugh like hell.
Here I was thinking I was copping some straight up gas, but now I'm looking at it, And it is obvious that I have been gas-lit, dude. Because that is not good. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to get lit off that gas, not gas-lit.
I just came to the realization why I'm single. Every guy that I'm like, oh yeah, he's attractive, but I see their wives and they just look like so, like, you know, like, not like this. I pretend my tattoos are gone. Dude, I look crazy. Like, that's why guys don't want to wife me up. And I just come to this realization today.
Shut up, Frank! Shut up! Let's go! Christ, I haven't been here for 9 innings with you! Oh, they lose 1 game! They've lost 5! They've lost 5 out of the last 6! They're falling apart! The Braves never lose!
Armchair.
The proposition to throw the World Series was first brought to me in New York City in front of the Ansonia Hotel. Chick Gandil came to me and said he wanted a conference. He asked me if anybody had approached me on the 1919 World Series with the purpose of fixing. I told him not yet. He asked me if it was fixed, would I be willing to get in and go through with it. I told him I would refuse to answer. Right then. Lefty Williams.
Gandil recruited 6 teammates. Pitcher Claude Lefty Williams. Outfielder Oscar Happy Felch. Third baseman Buck Weaver. Shortstop Swede Risberg. Right-handed pitcher Eddie Cicotti. And the idol of schoolboys all over the Midwest, Joseph Jefferson Jackson.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. So last night during that power outage, right after it comes back on, I start scrolling through Twitter to see if I missed any big baseball news or anything like that. And I find this tweet, and it about made me fall out. First pitch on the way from Raylo to start the bottom of the third. Braves lead 4-1. Looks like the rain has died back down. The fans have headed back to their seats. The 1-0 to Mason Wynn. The leadoff hitter is 0 for 1 with the fly out. Pitch on the way, swing. Pops it back foul into the seats. 1-1. And the screenshot is from an energy company that says thermostat recommendations, tips for conserving your energy this week is the 1-1 pitch. Swing. That ball sliced foul over the first base dugout, 1-2. And it says when you're home, 78 degrees. When you're away, 85 degrees. When you're sleeping, 82 degrees. Right? And the guy captions the thing by saying, as the 1-2 pitch, that looked like that hit the bottom of the zone, but it missed. 2-2. It said, thanks for the tip, but I'm not going to do that. And then down below it says further, the 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the 96. 1 away. Down below it says, I'm not going to do that. It says, just so you know, I'll let the entire power grid go down and ruin all of our lives before the thermostat is set to 78 degrees. And you got to realize I'm sweating because our power just came on. We're waiting for the AC to kick back on as the first pitch on the way to Burleson is swung on. That ball's banged over to second. Easy 4-3 put out, 2 away. Anyways, it's probably 82, 83 degrees in our house when the power finally comes back on. So it's hot. And when I see that guy say, I'll let the power grid go down and ruin our entire lives before I let it set to 78, I was like, amen, brother. The funniest part was when you're sleeping 82. Who wants to be sweating when you're sleeping? First pitch on the way is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. I know what they try to lean on is they say that your body temperature goes down when you sleep, and it is true. Is the 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-1. But how are you going to fall asleep when it's hotter than hell in your house, in your room? So 1-1 count. Righty, 2 outs. The pitch, swing, fouls it straight back. 1-2. Speaking of that, we are getting some pretty nasty weather here, so I would say I'm worried about jinxing us, but I already got that nailed to me yesterday, so that was one of the longer outages that we've had. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, chopped over to third. Riley's got it. He'll flip it over to first base where Olson's waiting, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down, just what the doctor ordered after that long second. Raylo and the Braves, 4-1.
Today we're discussing the 1939 New York Yankees. They had 4 players with 100 or more runs. Every player in their starting lineup finished with double digits in home runs and doubles. They also had 4 players who finished with 100 or more RBIs. The most anyone in their starting lineup struck out was 81 times. Only 1 player had more strikeouts than walks. 5 players had an on-base percentage of 400 or higher. 5 hitters produced an OPS plus over 130. The Yankees' pitching was also great in 1939. Red Ruffing threw 233 innings with 148 ERA plus. Their bullpen ate up a lot of innings. Combined, Steve Sundra and Mariusa Russo threw 240 innings with an ERA below 2.75. That season, DiMaggio was incredible. He won the American League Most Valuable Player, batting .381 with a .671 slugging percentage, 30 home runs, and 32 doubles. Oh yeah, and he only struck out 20 times. In May of that year, they went 24-4, scoring 213 runs, or an average of 7.6 runs per game. By the end of May, they were already 6.5 games up in the American League. They won the American League by 17 games with a record of 106-45. In the World Series that year, they faced the 97-win Cincinnati Reds. The 1939 Yankees have the 6th best winning percentage of any team that won the World Series. They also have the largest run differential in baseball history at plus 411.
In 2 years, he had risen from a poor mill boy to the rank of a player in the major leagues. The ignorant mill boy had become the hero of millions. Out on the hot prairies, teams of Joe Jacksons battled desperately with the Ty Cobbs. There came a day when a crook spread money before this idol, and he fell. For a few dollars, he sold his honor. New York World.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this one 4-1. Ramon Laureano leads us off. Gibson at 62 pitches fires the first one. Up top for a strike, it's 0-1. With a doubleheader, here today is the 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground. Nice backhand by Nolan Arenado. He'll make the play over to Goldschmidt. 5-3 put out, one away. That's the gold glove over there of Arenado. If anybody else is playing third base, there's maybe 2 or 3 other third basemen over there that's making that play. And they're both starting into today's game. That is a hard hit ball. He is a vacuum over there. I'd say Riley's a little better as far as his first pitch on the way to Wall is outside wide. 1-0. The charging play, I call it the Chipper play because Chipper was so good at charging the ball, especially the barehanded. Riley's one of the best there is. But Arenado's got a lot of very good range over there from right to left. The 1-0 to Wall. Swing, that ball's hit hard on the ground, but right at the second baseman. 4-3 put out, 2 away. It's funny, if you're watching Wall run from home to first, it looks like they've sped up the video. Looks like he's in 2 times speed. If you compare it to what we saw Acuna jogging down to first every time, he's in ×4 speed. So 2 down, and Short comes up, number 9 hitter. First pitch on the way is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Nothing else will clear the number 9 hitter and start over at the top next inning. Worst case scenario, the 0-1 pitch. Up top, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Yeah, I saw the Olympic Village thing where they said that the U.S. athletes are bringing their own ACs, which is just ridiculous. The O2, outside, wide, 1 and 2. These people are out there giving it their all for their countries, coming all over the world, and they're not going to have air conditions in their hotels. The 1-2 pitch, up top, misses 2-2. But I guarantee you, whoever made those decisions for the eco-friendly and all that, all those emissions, I guarantee they've got ACs kicking in their hotels. The 2-2 to short, down and away, full count. I don't see how that could be safe or healthy for someone who is competing at a high level for athletics to damn near get dehydrated every night. The 3-2 pitch, down and in, and that'll be a walk by Short. And too short once again shows he will give you professional bat after professional at bat. Short will head on down to first with 2 outs. First pitch on the way to Kelenic is down and in for a ball. It is 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Chop foul off the plate. 1-1. Kelenic 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the second. Infield is back and to the right. Arenado buys lonesome between second and third. The 1-1 popped up. That'll find its way into the seats behind home plate. 1-2. Yeah, I saw that thing with the Olympics, and that was just, I was like, what? No AC? What kind of nonsense is that? The 1-2 to Kelenic, swung on, chopped hard through the hole. That's down for a base hit. That's going to squirt through between the 4-3 hole, and Zach too short heads on down to third. We got runners on the corners with 2 outs. 96 miles an hour off the bat of Kid Kelenic. Your Atlanta Braves got something cooking. Here in the top of the 4th. Gibson, 76 pitches. Mets and Yankees tonight. They're back at it. Gill versus Manaea. Ozzie Albies, 0-for, first pitch on the way, swung on, banged hard down the line, but foul. It's 0-1. Ozzie Albies is 0 for 2, reached on a fielder's choice. That ball stays fair. That ball is still rolling. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. The 0-1 to Ozzie. Ozuna stands on deck. Pitch on the way to the Wiz. Inside almost gets him. 1-1. Doesn't look like Detroit's going to put up much of a fight. It is 6-1 in the 9th, so they do have the leadoff runner on. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Man, that was a bad swing. 1-2. Ozzie started his swing on that curveball. It dove in near his ankles, and he just could not stop his momentum. If I'm Gibson, I go back to that one pretty soon. The 1-2. Gibson turns around, flips it over to first. Maybe we'll get a balk or a pitch into the dugout or something. So a 1-2 count to Ozzie. Open stance from the left side. Kick and fire, down and in. Try to hit him with that curveball again. This one wasn't quite as in, and Ozzie took it. 2-2. On the play, Kid Kelnick races down to second. Cameras didn't even catch it. They didn't focus on him till he was already popping up at the base. No throw down there. So 2-2, 2 on, 2 out. The pitch, outside wide, ball 3. You got a payoff pitch heading towards Ozzie. And Marcell Ozuna standing on the plate. Standing on deck, excuse me. The payoff pitch from Gibson is 82nd of the evening. Inside swing, and that ball hammered down the right field line. Plenty foul. We'll do it again. Ozzie calls for time, steps out of the box. Second and third, 2 outs. Gibson comes set. The payoff pitch. Inside, almost gets him again. Ball 4. The bases are loaded. 2 outs in the big zoo. Coming to the dish. St. Louis Cardinals manager Marmol has not even flinched. So this is his mess to get out of. Oliver Marmol going to ride with it. The first pitch to Marcell is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Marcell with 7 career grand slams. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Came out of his shoes on that one, 1-1. The 1-1 count. Atlanta leads this one 4-1. Bases loaded, 2 outs. The pitch to Ozuna. Swing, and that ball's chopped foul off the plate. Do it again, 2-1. Oh, wait, 1-2, excuse me. Marcell Ozuna, 978 OPS, 312 batting average, 21 home runs. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Man, oh man. So close, that'll end the inning. Braves threaten all of that with 2 strikes, 2 outs. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I just want 2 minutes on my own without people irritating me.
If you were to make a list of games that Gen X got banned for future generations, you would probably start with Dodgeball, Jarts, and then right up there in the top 3 is Red Rover. Red Rover was a special game where you would have 2 teams lined up on opposite sides of each other, and you would link arms and you would sing a little song. Now listen, if you were the fat kid, this is when you came in clutch. You went from the kid that nobody wanted other teams to the first round draft pick at recess. When your name gets called, it is your job to run top speed. Your only job was to get decimated. Kids would like break their wrist and dislocate their shoulders, lots of concussions because you'd hit that double clothesline and just after recess, kids would be walking in like ice packs. One kid's walking like Vince McMahon, and you know he won Red Rover just by the way he's walking. Come back next week when I try to explain smear the without getting canceled.
A South Carolina country boy, he had learned how to bat from a Confederate veteran who had learned his baseball from Union soldiers in a northern prison camp. He had hoped to be a pitcher until he broke a batter's arm with a wild pitch. Jackson could neither read nor write, but he could hit. 408 in his rookie year. 356 lifetime, the 3rd highest average in history. His home runs were called Saturday specials because most of the textile workers' games in which he got his start were played on Saturdays. And he hit them with a special 48-ounce bat Black Betsy, made for him by a local lumberman from the north side of a hickory tree, and darkened with coat after coat of Jackson's tobacco juice. Ty Cobb himself thought Joe Jackson the greatest natural hitter I ever saw. He was called Shoeless Joe because he was said once to have been spotted in the minors playing in his socks when new shoes proved too tight.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead at 4-1, bottom of the fourth. The first pitch on the way is down and away from ball from Raylo. It's 1-0. Phillies held on to win that game 6-2. The 1-0. Right there for a strike. 1-1. So if Atlanta can sweep the doubleheader, we will be, as the 1-1 pitch, down and in, 1-2. We would move to 6.5 out of Philly. The 1-2 pitch, right there for a strike. Caught looking, one away. Sorry, 7 out, excuse me. So 1 down. Lopez, 51 pitches in. First pitch on the way is a four-seam fastball. Just misses inside. It's 0-1. They call that a strike? All right, we'll take it. The 0-1. Swung on, chopped on the ground, backhanded by Short. Short throws it against his body, and it is a perfectly thrown 6-3 put out. Life is too short, baby, 2 away. Nifty play by Short. I thought that was going to be one of those balloon throws that takes a while to get there. He throws off his, first of all, heading towards the third base dugout, off his front foot, and somehow has enough mustard to get it over there to Olsen. Olsen didn't even have to flinch. It came to him chest high. First pitch on the way to Arenado, swung on and popped back foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty. Lopez brings it. Swing. That ball smoked down the third base line, but foul. It's 0-2. Lopez can get out of here in the next couple of pitches. He will really have his pitch count back in order. So no 2 count. Got a handful of afternoon games today. The 0-2 pitch swung on. That ball is laced into left field. Down for a base hit, and it's a 2-out single for Nolan Arenado. Two down. Not really where the Braves want to be right here. Another batter in the inning. Gorman comes to the plate. The tying run now stands on deck. First pitch on the way. Swing. Slice foul and out of play. It's 0-1. Gorman, an all or nothing hitter, batting .195, but does have a .692 OPS with 16 home runs. So if he does get a hold of it, he puts a charge into it. The 0-1 pitch. Up top, did he go around? He did. Fonzo Marquez, the third base umpire, said that he went 0-2. The 0-2. Comes set. Lets her go. Swing. 98, just got a piece of it. Do it again. Braves infield is playing back and to the right. 2 outs, runner at first. The 0-2 pitch Down and in. Did he go around? He did not. 1-2. Lopez pitch count now up at 60. That's about where you want to be at the end of 4. So you'd like to go ahead and take care of business here, not keep this inning going. The 1-2. Caught, looking, strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves get through another inning. We head to the 5th, up 4-1.
Are you okay? No, but I am funny, so it works out.
I mean, why waste my time? Every single freaking year, I get myself juiced up with this stupid team, and at 43 years of age and 3 kids, enough already. Let them go hurt somebody else. I mean, when am I ever going to have a chance to win a lousy freaking champion? One time! Not 20! One lousy time! Gee whiz! Every single time! Ah, come on, will you please? Can you beat the Florida Marlins one time? The Mets! The lousy Mets did it to us! Every time! Win one! I'll give it all back! I'll leave now! Okay, out of my system.
When Fred McMullen, Chicago's reserve infielder, got wind of what was happening, he demanded that Chick Gandil let him in on the fix. Now, 8 White Sox were involved, though Buck Weaver would later claim that he had not agreed to participate. The smart players demanded their money up front.
The meeting was held about 8 o'clock in the evening. I said, there's so much double-crossing stuff. If I win in the series, I wanted the money put in my hand. I went back to my room at 11:30, and the 10 grand was under my pillow. Eddie Saccotti.
Rumors of wrongdoing were everywhere. You couldn't miss it, one New York gambler said. The thing had an odor. I saw smart guys take even money on the Sox who should have been asking 5-1. Chicago sports writer Hugh Fullerton was joined in the press box by an ailing Christy Mathewson to judge if everything was on the up and up. Mathewson and Fullerton would quickly see that it was not.
Everybody in the game knew it was happening. Nobody was even pretending that it wasn't happening. No one was admitting it out loud for the public. How could you admit it for the public? What would that mean?
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead this one 4-1. We head to the top of the 5th on a gray, cloudy day here in St. Louis, Missouri. First pitch on the way from the new pitcher. Kyle Lee is outside but called a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. 95 up top. 0-2. Second game of this doubleheader is expected somewhere around 7:15. If this game continues to go as fast as it does, we'll get it right at 7:15. That'll be the reappearance of Bryce Elder. The 0-2, down and in, 1-2. He'll be going head-to-head with Liberatore. The 1-2. Matt Olson 0 for 1. He did walk and score a run in the second inning, where the Braves got all their runs so far. The 1-2 pitch to Olson. Up top, 95 misses. 2-2. The 2-2 from Leahy. Rocks and fire. Swing. That ball's hit hard on the ground, but right at Goldschmidt. He'll wave off Leahy. Step on the bag, one away. One down. Hit the scoreboard real quick. Astros lead the Rockies 2-0 in the 7th. Marlins lead the Royals 1-0 in the 7th. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley's up high for a ball. It's 1-0. Rangers and Brewers 5-5 in the 6th. The 1-0. Swing. Slice it foul. Out of play. 1-1. Earlier today, Mariners behind George Kirby. He improves to 7-5. They won 5-2 over Tampa Bay. Thornton with the save, the 1-1. Swing, and that ball's lifted high into center field, going back on the track, making the catch at the deepest part of the ballpark. Michael Ciani, a long, loud out number 2. Riley's definitely back. Even his outs are going deep in towards the gaps. Philly 6-2 winners over Detroit. First pitch on the way to Murphy is outside wide for a ball. They call that a strike. Wow. 0-1. Even Murphy did a double take. For Philadelphia, that was the return to the rotation of Turnbull, Spencer Turnbull, as he go one outside, 1-1. He had a great opening to his season. They put him in the bullpen when Taijuan Walker came back, the 1-1, outside wide, 2-1. Walker's back on the IL, so they put him back in, and he spun another gem. He did not qualify for the win, so he hasn't been stretched out. So I think he went 4 innings. Gave up just the 1 run, the 2-1 pitch. Swung on, pops it up, high into foul territory. That will just get into the seats, the very vacant seats here in St. Louis. 2-2. I'd say a lot. Normally this stadium is packed. I'd say a lot of fans were probably questioning whether or not this game would even get played, but they have gotten it in. The 2-2. Leahy delivers. Did he go around in the dirt? He did not. Full count. We're 4 more outs away to make an official game. The numbers on Turnbull, he only went 3 innings, but he was on a big-time pitch count because he had been in the bullpen. 3-2 pitch, swung on, fisted back, foul. Do it again. He went 3 innings, gave up the 1 run, and struck out 2. The 1 run was a solo shot by Riley Green in the first. Other than that, I was watching a bit of that, getting ready for the Braves game. 3-2 pitch. Swing and fouls that back. Just got a piece of that. We'll do it again. He looked pretty good. Seems if you had a kid around 22, 23 years ago, you named him Spencer, he was going to end up being a pretty good pitcher somewhere in major leagues. You got Spencer Turnbull, Spencer Strider, Spencer Schwellenbach. I don't know what was going on 20 years ago that Spencer was the big thing, but the payoff pitch, once again, is swung on. That ball is fouled towards first base dugout. Both Contreras and Goldschmidt give it chase, but it just got into the camera well. We'll do it again. If nothing else, making Murphy work. Murphy is making Leahy work. The payoff pitch, once again from Leahy, his 17th of the inning. Outside wide ball 4, so Sean Murphy fights his way aboard. Lariano will come to the plate. First pitch on the way is up top for a ball. It's 1-0. Loriano is 0 for 2, but he did reach after a fielder's choice, and he scored a run, getting an RBI, the 1-0. Swung on, that ball's lifted high into right field, going back just before the warning track. Maybe a foot before the warning track, it'll die into the glove of Burleson. That'll end the inning. Braves put one on, but that's all she does. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th, leading 4-1.
I would like your undivided attention, please.
You couldn't handle my undivided attention.
Does Dale Murphy belong in the Hall of Fame? He led the National League in games, at-bats, runs, hits, extra base hits, RBIs, runs created, total bases, and plate appearances in the 1980s. He went to 7 All-Star games and won 5 Gold Gloves in a row. He also won 4 Silver Slugger Awards in his career. He led the National League in home runs twice, RBIs twice, slugging percentage twice, and OPS once. Only Mike Schmidt hit more home runs between 1980 and 1987. Only Ricky Henderson scored more runs. Only Schmidt and George Brett had a better slugging percentage. Only Schmidt, Brett, and Eddie Murray had a better OPS plus. The only other back-to-back MVP winner outside of Cooperstown is Roger Maris.
You gonna quit drinking?
Don't be ridiculous. I'm gonna quit waking up.
To boost their gate receipts, the owners decided that the 1919 World Series would be a best-of-9 game contest. The first game was held in Cincinnati. Eddie Cicotte, ordinarily a master of control, hit the first batter in the back. Then he threw wild, bobbled a grounder, ignored his catcher's signal. Swede Risberg ruined an easy double play by failing to step on the bag. Joe Jackson threw wide from the outfield and seemed to slow down to miss balls near him. Cincinnati won 9-1.
This contest between the Reds and the White Sox is something that is concentrating the nation's attention and its faith. It was visible from the very first pitch, the first game, when the signal was put in, and Eddie Cicotte hit the first batter, and that was the signal to the gamblers that the fix had worked. The only thing the gamblers did wrong with that series, from their own perspective, is that they made the mistake of letting the Reds win the first game, because that drove the odds down. And if the White Sox, the Black Sox, had won the first game, Rothstein and his cohort would have made a hell of a lot more money.
Welcome back. Ronaldo Lopez, bottom of the 5th inning. We go with the Braves leading 4-1. First pitch on the way is swung on, smoked into right field. It's going to be a leadoff single for Matt Carpenter of the St. Louis Cardinals here to start the 5th. 106 miles an hour off the bat of Matt Carpenter. Thankfully, he didn't have a lot of carry. One on, nobody out. Braves are in double play depth, playing back to the right. As Gorman comes to the plate. First pitch to Gorman. Down and in for a ball. Ciani. It's 1-0. I was looking above Carpenter, not below. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. That ball's laced into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. That ball is trouble. It's going to rattle around. Wall takes his sweet time getting it back into the infield, and we've got runners at second and third and nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. That one was more of a slice, but hit them where they ain't and see what you got. Ronaldo Lopez, not one of his better starts, trying to limit the damage here. Braves lead only 4-1, and the top of the order's now at the plate. Infield is back. Pitch on the way, in the dirt. Did he go around? Looked like he may have offered, but they're not going to check down the line. It's 1-0. Mason Wynn 0 for 2 with a fly out and a strikeout. I think in this situation, you'd almost concede the runner at third. You want to make sure Ciani doesn't get to third with less than 1 out. Or, excuse me, less than 2 outs. The 1-0, that ball's in the dirt, 2-0. So Lopez spitting the bit here in the 5th. Falling apart. He's got runners on second and third. Nobody out. The 2-0 from Lopez. Down below the knees, ball 3. So he's pitching around Wynn with Burleson, who has 12 home runs from the left-hand side of the plate standing on deck. The 3-0 pitch, fastball misses up top, ball 4. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see how it works out. Walking the leadoff hitter with very little power to get to a guy with 12 home runs. And from the left side. Murphy's at least going to go out there and talk to him. And since he's going to talk to him, here comes Kranitz finally. We'll hit the scoreboard while this is going on. Bases loaded. Nobody out. Marlins lead the Royals 1-0. They're in danger of losing a series at home to the Marlins. Astros 5-0 over the Rockies in the 7th. Rangers and Brewers tied at 5 in the 7th. Padres and Nationals just about to get going. Angels and A's, same thing. So, Kranitz goes back. First pitch to Burleson is inside. 1-0. Definitely not getting the close calls. Lance Barrett, your home plate umpire. The 1-0 pitch. Nowhere near the zone, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Ronaldo Lopez. Nowhere to put Burleson. Standing on deck is Contreras. The 2-0. Right there at the knees. Finally gets a strike. I think that right there deserves a Bronx cheer. It's 2-1. 2-1. Swing, that ball sliced down the left field line. If it's fair, it's trouble. Just foul. So a 2-2 count. Raylo needs a strikeout. Hasn't really dialed up those strikeouts. I think you're starting to see the league catch up to him. The 2-2 just got a piece of it. Do it again. Ronaldo Lopez does have 4 strikeouts on the day. The 2-2 pitch from Lopez. Comes, sets, kicks and fires. Swing, pops it up, high and deep, into left field. They'll easily score on Wall. Wall's going to bring it into second, and the runner from first goes to second, and everybody's safe. It's 4-2 St. Louis. You know that's where you want to hit the ball with Wall playing out there. Wasn't hit very deep. Most left fielders, you're not running on that. You're going to... The runner at second and the runner at third are going to advance, but the runner at first is going to stay put. But Wynn made it well under the tag. So runners on second and third and 1 out. Braves lead just 4-2, and Contreras the batter. First pitch on the way to Contreras, swinging a missed strike up top. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lopez comes set. Brings it. Swing. Pops it back 0-2. Welcome to the Country Club. Austin Heath via the GOAT. That ball went foul. And if Olsen had one more step over there, he's making that catch. Didn't think that was going to stay in play. There's a little more real estate over there in the first base side than most stadiums. The 0-2 pitch, 98 outside, not getting the call. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. It's just off the plate. The 1-2 to Lopez. Down and away. 2-2. Standing on deck is Goldschmidt. You don't necessarily want to walk to get to him, but you would have the force in play. Dangerous part of the game here for the Braves. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Big strikeout by Raylo. 2 away. His 5th of the day. Big strikeout, but you still have a mess to get through. Goldschmidt and Donovan on deck. So you're not out of the weeds. Second and third, 2 outs. First pitch on the way is in the dirt, 1-0. The 1-0. Righty. Pitch down and away. Slider misses. Ball 2-0. Same pitch, same result. They're convinced they're going to get Goldschmidt to swing at those sliders, but they're nowhere near the plate. Infield is back. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Slider, that one was in. 2-1. Braves 4, Cardinals 2, bottom of the 5th inning. The 2-1 pitch, another slider, down and away, another pitch taken. Ball 3-1. He has thrown 4 sliders to Goldschmidt. 2 of them they were set up outside, or 3 of them they were set up outside. They've all missed. The one that he swung at, they were set up center in, and he swung and missed at it. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, pops it up. 97 miles an hour. Fastball into the seats, into the upper deck of Busch Stadium here in St. Louis, Missouri. Goldschmidt's going to use his timeout. Figure they're probably going back to the slider when he's thrown, 4 sliders? And that 1 4-seam fastball to kind of change his view, but he's probably sitting on slider at this point. The payoff pitch from Raylo. Swing, pops it up. Back foul, 98. Came back with the fastball. Full count. Raylo still has that little extra oomph when he needs it in his fastball. He was reaching back for that to dial it up. Another payoff pitch from Lopez. Another slider down and away. Another ball 4. Raylo walks another batter. He'll head on down to first, Goldschmidt. And the inning continues. His 4th walk of the day, up against 5 strikeouts. Bases loaded, 2 outs, the pitch. Swing, that ball's belted into center field, going back. Making the catch before the warning track is Kid Kelnick, baby. We'll head to the 6th, clinging to a 2-run lead. Let's get some insurance, Braves country.
Anybody else just kind of feel like their check engine light is on and you're just like, nah, this is fine?
The amount of people who stand in the absolute middle of the aisle in the grocery store. What are you doing? Pick a side. I hate you.
Hey, Braves country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Somebody just came up to me and asked me what I do for a living. I said, mind my damn business. They hiring too. You want me to get you an application?
Cincinnati took the fourth game 2-0 behind the superb pitching of Jimmy Ring. Eddie Cicotti had pitched well for the Sox, but once again, he made several devastating errors in the field.
There is no alibi for Cicotti. He pitched a great game, a determined game, and one that would have won 9 times out of 10. But he brought the defeat crashing down upon his own head by trying to do all the defensive work. He made the wild throw that gave the Reds their opening, the only real one they had. And he followed that up by grabbing a ball thrown from the outfield and deflecting it past the catcher. A high fly to left, blown by the wind over the head of Jackson, who was playing close in, followed, and Chicago was beaten.
3 White Sox, Felsch, Gandil, and Shoeless Joe, all of them conspirators, had managed hits that afternoon. Only at bat did Jackson evidently forget the script. He would bat .375 in the series.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Forrest Wall is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. You got to at least get 1 or 2 breathing room runs. Braves lead at 4-2. The 1-0 swung on and chopped back foul off of Contreras, 1-1. The 1-1 up high, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, slider up top, 2-2. Leahy back out there. He's at 23 pitches now, the right-hander. The 2-2, chopped just past the pitcher, and Wall's going to beat this out. That's one thing you're not going to beat Wall on. He may have a noodle arm, meaning he may not be able to hit the ball. He might have a noodle arm and a noodle bat, but he's got real wheels, baby. Flying down the line. Once it got past the pitcher, I knew unless he tripped, there was no way they were getting Wall. Gorman had a long way to go. You couldn't have rolled it out there better. Wall standing at first. Pitch on the way to short. It's down and away. Did he go? He did not. It's 1-0.
Run, Forrest, run!
Forrest Wall standing on first. Maybe he can get back one of those runs. 1-0. Up top, 2-0. A 2-0 count. The pitch, 3-0. 95, misses well out of the zone. You got a runner at first, nobody out. We're thinking Wall might take off, but with a 3-0 count, he should stay put. Short takes the 3-0 up top, 3-1. 4-seam fastball. On the other end, Short's got to be thinking he's going to see hard stuff because Leahy is thinking about Wall bouncing over there at first base. Doesn't want to give up that base. They're going to flip it over there too first. Wall just back in under the tag. The 3-1, runner at first. There is a big hole in between first and second, too, because they're playing short to pull, and Goldie is holding the runner. The 3-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it down the line, 3-2. So does he go with another fastball here, or does he take the risk and throw the bender? And if so, is Wall staying put, or is he going? The game within the game, the payoff pitch. Swing, pops it up into center field. Wall was going. He's got to scoot back to first. He'll just get back in time. Wall had the base stolen, but you can't fault short for swinging at that. That was really close to the zone. So runner at first, 1 out, and the top of the order will come to the plate. First pitch on the way to Kid Kelnick. They're going to flip it over there to first again to keep an eye on Wall. So that's one of his moves. Pitch on the way to Kid Kelnick is a swing and a miss. Strike 95 up top. Blew it about chest high. It's 0-1. St. Louis defense is back into the right of the infield, the 0-1. 95 out wide, 1-1. Close pitch, but if he's not going to give it to Raylo, you can't give it to anyone else. Hopefully. The 1-1 to Kid Kelnick. Forrest, big lead, but he stays put, and that ball is blasted deep into right field. Ding dong, that pitch is dead. Ram-a-lamma ding dong, a hanger, a banger. Kid Kelnick, 396 happy feet, 103 miles an hour off the bat. His 8th bomb of the year in your Atlanta Braves. 6, Cardinals 2, here in the 6th inning. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is swung on, banged on the ground. Stepping on the bag is Goldschmidt. 2 away. That was a cement mixer, one of those benders that doesn't bend. And Kelnick plants it into the right field bullpen of the St. Louis Cardinals. Marcell Ozuna will stand in. First pitch on the way to Marcell is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Guess there was a dust-up at the San Diego-Washington game last night. I missed it with the power being out at my house. I was seeing a highlight there, the 1-0. Swung on, fisted back foul. 1-1. Guess Profar got into it with the hindcatcher, Ruiz, of the Nationals. I'm wondering if there may be any kind of extracurricular activities today. The 1-1 pitch, down and away, 2-1. DJ Hertz is on the mound for the Nationals. He's going up against Dylan Cease. Decent pitching matchup. Though Cease hasn't lived up to his billing. The 2-1 pitch. Swing. Pops it back foul. 2-2. Angels and A's have just got underway. For those of you who may remember him from his Pittsburgh Pirate days, Roansy Contreras got the start today for L.A. The 2-2. Sweeper down and away. Ball 3, 3-2. So a 3-2 count. The pitch on the way. Caught looking, strike 3. Man, oh man. Cheese on the outer edge, and he could not pull the trigger. We'll be back in a flash. The Kid Kelnick 2-run blast makes it 6-2 Hot Atlanta.
This is Lou Brissy, and the fact that most of you don't know who he is a travesty. Before he could fulfill his childhood dream and play in the major leagues, World War II happened, and by 1944, he was serving as a squad leader in G Company, 351st Infantry Regiment, 88th Infantry Division. On December 7th, 1944, the place he was stationed, near Florence, Italy, was attacked by an artillery barrage. 8 men went down. 20-year-old Captain Lou Brissy was one of them. An artillery shell had broken both of his feet and shattered his left tibia and shin bone in 30 places. Shrapnel was also stuck in his shoulder, both hands, and both thighs. Barely conscious, he laid there in the snow and mud until medics arrived. The medics' first thought was to amputate, but Lou wouldn't have it. Amputating his leg would end any chance he would have of playing baseball for the Athletics. Doctors would persist, saying that he could pass away, but his mind never wavered, and he told them that he would take his chances. Fast forward 2 years. Lou has now gone through 23 surgeries and had 40 blood transfusions. His leg is reconstructed with hardwire, and it has a metal plate protection. During this time, Connie Mack, manager of the Athletics, would write him reminding him that healing was his main priority. Once he was healed, Mack assured him he would get a tryout with the team. The Athletics would sign him and send him to play for the Savannah Indians, where he would lead the league in wins, strikeouts, and earned run average. Eventually, he would be called up, and his dream of playing professional baseball would come true. Bob Feller said that without World War II, Lou Brissy would have been inducted into the Hall of Fame. Now you know the story of Lou Brissy. Do me a favor and share it with someone who you know loves baseball and doesn't know the story.
At a meeting in New York City, Ward helped found the Brotherhood of Professional Baseball Players. It was the players' first attempt to organize, and they were determined to abolish the hated reserve clause. But Albert Goodwill Spaulding and the other owners would not give an inch. In 1889, they tried further to consolidate their power by setting an absolute salary cap of $2,500. Then added insult to injury by charging the players rent for their uniforms. It was the last straw.
Welcome back. Dylan Lee is the man on the mound, taking over for Raylo. First pitch on the way from Lee is a swing and a miss strike. Nolan Arenado, it's 0-1. Braves looking to shut down the Cardinals and secure game one of this doubleheader. The 0-1 slider down and in, 1-1. Six-2 your score, bottom of the sixth inning. Lee brings it right there on the edge for a strike, 1-2. 93-mile-an-hour four-seamer. The 1-2. Arenado, 1 for 2 with a single in the fourth. Pitch from Lee, down and in, changeup, misses, 2-2. Close pitch. Trying to get him to chase over the top. It's got to be a hard pitch to lay off on that one. The 2-2 from Lee. Swing. That ball's lifted into center field. Coming in, making the catch is Kid Kelnick. 1 down. One away. First pitch on the way is swung on and tapped back foul behind home plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Pitch on the way, swung on, chopped foul down the line, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Lee brings it, swing and a miss over the top, strike 3. Good pitch by Lee, slider on the edge. 2 down. Two outs. Looks like we're going to get a pitch hitter here. Furman's going to come in for Carpenter. Jose Furman from the Dominican Republic, 25-year-old, batting from the right-hand side of the plate. This year, 162 average. First pitch on the way is a slider in the dirt. It's 1-0. His OPS is just 460, so not a guy you want to pitch around. The 1-0. Down below the knees, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Lee brings it right there at the knees on the outer edge, 2-1. Braves 6, St. Louis 2. The 2-1. 94 inside with the strike, 2-2. Why is it every time someone says something kooky dukes in the chat, it's followed by Roll Tide? Deuce is wild here in the bottom of the 6th. 2 outs. The 2-2 pitch from Dylan Lee. Swung on. That ball is roasted down the left field line, but plenty foul. We'll do it again. Bottom of the 6th inning, we've got 2 outs. Game 1 of a double bill. The 2-2 from Lee. Swung on, just got a piece of that. I mean, just got a piece of it. Braves 6, Cardinals 2. I didn't see any kind of dust up when Profar went to the plate, so I guess everything's A-OK with the Nats and the Padres. The 2-2 pitch is in the dirt. Slider misses, ball 3, 3-2. Not really the guy you want to be pitching around if you're Dylan Lee. The top of the order looms. And Furman, once again, has an OPS in the 400s. The payoff pitch from Lee. Swing, chops that foul slider. Down the third base line. On deck is Ciani. And if he gets on, win, and the top of the order, due up. You'd love that number 9 hitter to start off the 7th. The payoff pitch from Lee. Just below the knees. Tried to get him chase another slider. Should have came just right at him. Instead, he was nibbling. He'll head on down to first. One on, 2 outs. And Dylan Carlson will pinch it for Ciani. Most likely stay in the game to play outfield. First pitch on the way to Carlson is a swing and a miss over the top at a changeup. It's 0-1. Carlson, he got the start in game 1 the other night. Switch hitting outfielder from Elk Grove, California. The 0-1 pitch. 86. Looked like it kissed the black, but they didn't give it to him. 1-1. Lance Barrett with an unusually tight strike zone, especially in game 1 of a doubleheader. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss came out of his shoes on that one. 1-2. So Lee, once again, 1 strike away from getting out of the inning, sending it to the 7th with a 6-2 lead for the Braves. Infield back, shaded to the left, the 1-2. Down and in, 2-2. Still keeps nibbling with that slider out of the zone. The more they see it, the more they pick it up and they don't swing. Carlson, 189 hitter. The 2-2. Swing. That ball's lifted into left field. Coming in, making the catch is Forrest Wall. And that'll end the inning. One thing we don't hurt for in the outfield, we may not have the arm over there, but man, they got some speed. We'll be back in a flash.
Ted Turner took over ownership of the Braves in 1976, a season in which they finished last in the National League West. At one point, they were so bad they lost 13 consecutive games. But this didn't faze Turner, who had high hopes for the 1977 season. Unfortunately, reality set in, and shortly after the start of the season, the Braves found themselves in a 16-game losing streak. So how is Ted Turner going to turn around a team that was headed further and further down the standings? He took matters into his own hands, literally. He told the press that Braves manager Dave Bristol was on a scouting trip, and he would be taking over managerial duties on May 11th, a day when the Braves were facing off against the Pirates. It went about as well as you think it would, not knowing any of the signs. He had to sit next to coaches and tell them what signs to relay to players. The Braves wound up losing the game 2-1 for their 17th straight loss, putting them 8-22 in the season. Turner's goal was to be in the trenches to get to the bottom of what was wrong with his struggling team. The next day, Turner received a letter from National League President Chub Feeney telling him that his first game as manager would be his last, but why? According to Rule 20E, no manager or player on a club shall directly or indirectly own stock or any other proprietary interest or have any financial interest in the club by which the manager or player is employed except under an agreement approved by the commissioner. With Turner out and Bristol on his trip, another Braves coach, Vern Benson, took over managerial duties for the next game and ended the Braves' losing streak with a 6-1 victory over the Pirates.
With the help of several would-be owners, Ward and the Brotherhood started a rival league, the Players League. At first, the new league did well. 56 top players defected to its teams and brought their fans with them.
I am for war without quarter. I want to fight until one of us drops dead. From this point on, it will simply be a case of dog eat dog, and the dog with the bulldog tendencies will live the longest. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Matt Olson takes the first pitch at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1, check swing. Bounced towards the third base dugout, 0-2. 0-0 your score in the bottom of the second in San Diego. The 0-2. Down and in, good take by Matt, 1-2. Leahy out there for his 44th pitch of the day. Way high out of the zone, 96 up top, 2-2. They might be telling Leahy this is your game, win, lose, or draw, because the doubleheader, though the Cardinals should be fairly well rested in the bullpen, the 2-2 pitch, outside wide, ball 3-2. Kyle Leahy is from Boulder, Colorado. Was drafted by the Cardinals in 2018 out of Colorado Mesa. The payoff pitch to Olson. Swung on, that ball's hit up the middle, but right into the teeth of the defense. Mason wins, got it, flips it over to Goldschmidt. 6-3 on the putout, 1 down. One down. Austin Riley, he takes the first pitch, 96 up top, inside. 1-0. The 1-0. Swing, and that ball's laced into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and your Atlanta Braves. 1 on, 1 out here in the top of the 7th. We got something cooking here in St. Louis. Kind of inside out of that swing and doinked it over the first baseman's head into right field. First pitch on the way to Murphy. He came out of his shoes on that one. Murphy looking for number 4. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on. That ball is roasted through the hole over on the left side of the infield. Right in the 5-6 hole. Your Atlanta Braves got runners on first and second, one out. First and second, one out. Ramon Laureano comes to the plate. Laureano 0 for 3. First pitch to Ramon is way outside, high and wide. It's 1-0. Laureano, Wall, and Short due up. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Over the top, 1-1. Just chased a bender on the outer edge of the plate. The 1-1. Kicks, rocks, fire, swing, and that ball's laced into right field. Making the catch towards the warning track is Burleson for out number 2. But on the play, Austin Riley scoots up from second to third. There are 2 outs, but now a wild pitch, anything would get him down. And with Forrest Wall coming to the plate, you could see a squeeze play. Runners at the corners. 2 outs. St. Louis has got to be thinking the same thing with his speed. First pitch on the way, swung on, chopped foul. It's 0-1. Hit him with the curveball to start off. I'm surprised he didn't get some high heat. Those are the most difficult ones to bunt. The 0-1. Swing. That ball's lifted into center field. Drifting back on the warning track and making the catch for out number 3 is Carlson. Atlanta Braves threaten but fail to score. Get up and stretch, Braves country. It's the 7th inning.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. Me out to the ball game. Me out to the find me something of Cracker Jack. I don't care if I have to get back over the root for the ball team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around at the old ball game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me You sound better tonight!
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Pierce Johnson is our reliever stepping in. First pitch from the right-hander is a curveball down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Pierce Johnson versus Wynn, Burleson, and Contreras. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Curveball. 1-1. The thing you don't like about the Raylo is the 1-1 pitch, high and inside. 2-1. The Raylo Elder combination in a doubleheader is this. And I would have really thought about doing Sale and then putting Raylo tomorrow. The 2-1 pitch, swung on, swatted foul back, 2-2. You know you're not going to get a long start out of Raylo. That's not what you've asked him to do. That's not what he does. So you know you're probably going to have to spell 4 innings like we are right now. Is the 2-2 pitch. Brings it, swings, lifted high into center field. Making the catch is Kid Kelnick, JK, 1 away. So if you know you have to build 4 innings with the bullpen in game 1, game 2 with Elder, I mean, realize come hell or high water, they need him to go 5-6 innings, and it doesn't matter if he's struggling or not. Because this longer the day's gone that you ask a guy to pitch twice in a doubleheader. First pitch on the way to Burleson is up top for a high ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. So the point being, you know you're going to burn probably 4 pitchers. Is the 1-0. Curveball on the outer edge, 2-0. You're probably going to burn 4 pitchers in this game, which leaves you with 4 pitchers out of the bullpen in the second game. Now, the good thing is Grant Holmes has been going 2-3 innings, so that could be what saves you. The 1-1, down and in. 2-1. You do wonder who will close this game. If it's 6-2 in the ninth, I doubt they go to eyeglasses. But maybe they do and just go ahead and make sure you get that 1 win. The 2-1 pitch, swung on, chopped over to second. Ozzy's got it, flips it to first. 4-3 on the putout, 2 down. Guess the point being, you're not likely to use Jimenez and Iglesias in the same game because one of them is going to be held to try to close game 2. But just have to see how it unfolds. The Braves get a big lead here. It's a non-issue. First pitch on the way is 96 right there at the knees. Blown call by home plate umpire Lance Barrett. He's had several today. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Right there just off the edge, 2-0. 2 fastballs to start the at-bat. So a 2-0 count. Righty. Curveball up top, right there for a strike, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Down below the knees, 2-2. Or 3-1, excuse me. The 3-1, high and inside, almost gets him. Full count. High and inside, Contreras bends it out of the way. So a runner down at first. That'll bring Goldschmidt to the plate. First pitch on the way to Goldschmidt. It's a curveball outside wide. It's 1-0. Little bit of issues with the control there, but at the same token, he was getting pinched. The 2-0 pitch, curveball swung on, foul back, 1-1. Remember last time Goldschmidt was up there, we're trying to get him to chase the slider down and off the plate. Now, Pierce normally leans on the curveball about 75% of the time, give or take. The 1-1, fastball right there at the knees, another blown call by home plate umpire Lance Barrett. He must have the over because he is blowing calls left and right. The 2-1. Curveball swung on, banged over to short. Good plate by Too Short. He catches the line drive, and that'll end the inning. So they get one on, but that's it. We head to the top of the 8th here in Braves country.
Are you an adult?
Yeah.
And you have some time to relax?
Yeah.
Introducing slouching.
What's that?
Everyone knows that good posture is one of the best things that you can do for your body. But that's no fun, is it?
Wait a minute.
That's right, idiot. Whether you're sitting, laying down, or even standing, you insist on having the posture of a twisted gremlin, and you've given yourself lifelong issues because of it.
Okay, please let me fix this.
Sure, let's visit the doctor.
Yeah, so I'm having pain in my hips, my lower back, my neck, and sometimes my shoulder.
Okay, you are... Try it today.
What's the accent of Brazil?
It's a country in South America. Why don't we say any Latin American accent will do?
American, okay.
Okay, homie. Orale, yeah, I can do that. Okay, man. Nachos. Yeah.
A real racist with it, huh?
Yeah, that is extremely racist. And by the way, that's more of a Los Angeles sort of Mexican cholo vibe.
Let's go. Let's go see the Dodgers play the Lakers.
What's your favorite jersey in all of sports?
The Atlanta Braves whites. I don't know if they got like HD white, but for some reason every time they were playing, they're like, don't they look brighter than everybody else's?
Old school Houston Astros jersey. Old school Houston Astros jersey. I'm going to be biased to the hometown team, so I'm going to go baby blue Atlanta Braves.
Lovely evening in New York. Lovely evening to get the heck out of here. We fly back to Chicago right after the game. Boy, those Indians knew what they were doing. Swings, and he misses. When they sold this New York City for $14 and 3 bottles of hooch, that was probably the best deal anybody ever made.
3 big leagues, the National League, the Players League, and the Old Beer and Whiskey League, simply proved too many. Attendance dipped dangerously low for everyone. By the end of the 1890 season, the league had lost more than $340,000, more than its investors could endure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead at 6-2. And we got another, it'll be Gallegos, Giovanni Gallegos coming on. 9 innings, 12 ERA. Zach Short will lead us off. Gallegos, remember, at one point was a closer. First pitch on the way, 91 outside wide, 4-seam fastball. It's 1-0. Giovanni Gallegos, at one point, was looked upon as one of the better closers in baseball. The 1-0, outside wide, 2-0. He is now 32 years old. As the 1-1 pitch, Bender outside. Did he go around? He did not, says first base umpire Mark Rippiger. He should be calling balls and strikes for Game 3 tonight, 2-1. They may bring in the alternate. A lot of times when there's a doubleheader, an alternate who's not currently on the field could be calling the balls and strikes. 2-1 pitch, fouled off, 2-2. Braves 6, St. Louis 2. The 2-2 swung on and slaps it back foul. Hanging slider. Give you an idea of who Giovanni Gallegos is. He had 14 saves for the Cardinals in 2021 and 14 in 2022. The 2-2 in the dirt, ball 3-3-2. During that time span, along with 10 saves last year for the Cardinals, that was at the beginning before he fell apart. During that time period, those 3 years, he also had 56 holds. The 3-2 swing, pops it back foul. Do it again, full count. 56 holds and 38 saves in 3 years, and now he's sporting a 12 ERA in 9 innings. So these relievers, sometimes they lose it that quick. Gallegos steps off the rubber as short asks for timeout. Braves 6, St. Louis 2. The payoff pitch. 92 misses up high and wide. Ball 4. So Zach too short heads on down to first. Your Atlanta Braves got something going. First pitch on the way to Kelnick is up high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty lefty. Up top. Called for a high strike, 1-1. We have not seen many of those today. He has had quite the tight strike zone. The few ones that he has called have been north and south. He's given nothing east and west. The 1-1 to Kelnick. Outside, high and wide, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Nobody out. Top of the 8th inning. Braves lead at 6-2. The 2-1. Gallegos brings it. Swung on. Chopped over towards first. Goldschmidt's going to step on the bag, but on the play, Short heads on down to second. He's in the scoring position. So you'll take the trade-off there to put the runner in scoring position in the heart of the Atlanta Braves order coming to the plate. Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. San Diego starting to put it on Washington. They're up 2-0 in the 3rd inning. First pitch to Ozzie is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty, lefty. Ozzie's 0 for 3, but he did walk in the 4th. The whiz. Digs in. The pitch. Swing. That ball's banged down the first base line. 1-1. Braves 6, St. Louis 2. The 1-1 to Ozzie. Gallegos comes set. Looks back the runner. He brings it. Swing. Chops it foul off the mask of Contreras. 1-2. Welcome in, Theodore, new member of the Country Club. Always great to see good new members. The 1-2 pitch to Ozzie. Swing, and that ball's hit high down the left field line. If it's fair, it's trouble. Just foul. Maybe 2.5 feet foul down the left field line. If that thing stays fair, not only is Short going to score with these, But Ozzy's at least going to be on second base because it kicked out up against into foul territory, and it had a long way to go before the left fielder was ever going to get there. Donovan was playing Ozzy to pull, as he normally does from the left side. So time is called. Home plate umpire Lance Barrett now resumes play. Runner at second, 1 out, and a 1-2 count to Ozzy Albies. Here's the pitch. Inside, almost gets him, 93, spins him around 2-2. Standing on deck, Marcell Ozuna. He's been strangely quiet in a game where the Braves have scored 6 runs. The 2-2 pitch to Ozzy in the dirt, ball 3, 3-2. So a payoff pitch. Gallegos brings it, swing, and that ball sliced over to third, and that's going to chase the runner back to second. It's going to be a 5-3 putout. Ozzy stuck his bat out there just to make contact and rolled it over. Gallegos is going out there and talking to the umpire, but there was a curveball that was in the dirt, and Ozzy just kind of plunked his bat out there to make contact and rolled it over to third. Arenado easily made the play. Marcell Ozuna stands in. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Big Zoo is fouled down the line and out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Ozuna kicks and fires. Right there on the edge, 0-2. Ozuna didn't like the call. Did look like that it kissed the black on the outer edge. The 0-2 count. Gallegos slowly lifts the glove. He's flirting with that pitch clock. The pitch. Outside wide. 1-2. Do wonder if some of these veterans like Gallegos, if one of the reasons why they tend to have these struggles, especially this year because they shorten the pitch clock. The 1-2. Lets her go. Swing. Chops it towards the first base side, but it's plenty foul. Rolling towards the dugout. Tom Goodwin, our first base coach, is going to grab it and flip it in for a souvenir. Ozuna 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts and a flyout. He doesn't have many of those. Not this year. The 1-2 to the Big Zoo. In the dirt, good take, 2-2. Braves and Cardinals tonight. $7:15 is what it's slated for, assuming we get out of this game fairly within reason. Should be no problem getting it started at 7:15. The 2-2 pitch, way outside, high and wide, ball 3, 3-2. Standing on deck is the Ice House. In the hole is the Rake. So you got Olson and Riley looming. Gallegos wants to end it here, but he doesn't want to lay one in there to Ozuna, already trailing 6-2. The payoff pitch. Swing and hit high. and not quite deep enough. It's going to die into center field. Coming in, making the catch is Carlson, and that'll end the inning. Braves threaten but fail to score. We're clinging to a 6-2 lead, heading to the bottom of the 8th in St. Louis.
So you've gone insane. That's fun.
Name an animal with 3 letters in its name.
Dog. Dog. Cat. Bat. Rat. Ape. Fly. Bee. Pig. Hog. Hen. Eel. Ant.
Frog.
Unbelievable.
So I heard these 2 people talking, and this guy said, Becky, I was on my walk this morning, and I got bit by a Rottweiler. And she said, oh, my God, imagine if that would have been a small child. And he said, for sakes, Becky, I could have fought off a small child.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Man, we just watched it go down up here in a drug bust, and it was crazy. It reminded me back in my days of dealing drugs. There's 3 things you don't do. 1, you don't sell drugs near a state line. That's just common sense. Number 2, you never sell drugs to a guy that's got all his teeth. And number 3, you don't sell drugs, y'all.
John Montgomery Ward's brotherhood was crushed, and the reserve clause remained firmly in place. The players were even more powerless than they had been before. Albert Goodwill Spaulding's National League swallowed up both its rivals, and now, swollen to 12 teams, held a monopoly on Major League Baseball.
The Players' League is deader than the proverbial doornail. When the spring comes and the grass is green upon the last resting place of anarchy, the national agreement will rise again in all its weight and restore to America, in all its purity, its national pastime, the great game of baseball. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jose Jimenez coming in. Try to slam the door here in the 8th inning. First pitch on the way is a 4-seam 94-mile-an-hour fastball to a strike to Donovan, the number 5 hitter. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on, popped up, foul, back out of play. 0-2. Braves 6, Cardinals 2, bottom of the 8th, the 0-2 pitch. Swing! Slaps it back foul. Goes up against the screen behind home plate. The 0-2 pitch. Down below the knees. 1-2. Pushing buttons. I know that feeling. Just getting your power back on. I went through that last night. The 1-2 pitch. Inside almost gets him. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, 2-2. We took the sign down a long time ago, but didn't hit the button because we were at break and kind of forgot to do it when we came back. The 2-2. Down and in. Did he go around? He did not. Full count. So with that being said, are they going to say it hit him? Donovan is heading down to first. Jimenez has his doubts. Oh, yeah, it is his foot. Barely got him, but it saved Donovan. He was probably about to strike out. So runner at first, nobody out. He definitely looked lost in that at bat. Pitch on the way, swing and fouls it straight back. It's 0-1. The 0-1. So with the 100 likes and pushing buttons, getting his power back on.
Braves win! Braves win! Braves win! Braves win!
The 0-1 well inside for a ball, one of them. 1-1, down and in. ball 2-2. You got a 2-1 from Jimenez. The right-hander brings it. Swing, that ball's hit hard on the ground right to Riley. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. 6-4-3 double play. 5-4-3 double play, excuse me. Hard hit ball to Riley, but he got it on a kind of a funny hop, but he stayed with it. And I would guarantee there's a little extra desire to play well when Arenado's at the bat for Riley. Riley has talked several times about how he admires Arenado and his glove. And they go up against each other. First pitch on the way was a strike. It's on 1. The 0-1 swung on, pops it up high in the sky. Can of corn coming in on the infield grass, making the catch is Ozzie, and we'll head to the top of the 9th inning. Middle of the order, Braves lead it 6-2.
I usually don't wake up grumpy. I let her sleep in for at least 5 more minutes.
Your totals were 120 yards in 19 carries. Benny Malone, 24 yards in 12 carries. But what's your high? Do you keep track of how many carries you have in a game?
Well, my high will probably come in about another hour after the ball game.
The older I get, the more I understand why deer run in front of cars.
Want to take a nap? Are you coming to lay down with me?
Yeah. Come on.
It's just for a nap.
Oh, never mind.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic ball of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Braves lead at 6-2. We're in the top of the 9th inning. King will come on, the left-hander. He's going to face Olsen, Riley, and then Murphy would be due up. The other reason why you're not seeing a lot of Cardinal fans in the stadium, they treated this as the first pitch on the way to Olsen. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 0-1. Eyeglasses is warming up in the pen, so that's interesting. If this score holds, Eyeglasses will come on. If it turns into a blowout, that's why you're starting to see Jesse Chavez spell it. The 0-1. Inside, 1-1. You know, the other option that they could have, but I have not seen an update, is the 1-1 pitch, swung on, hit hard on the ground through the hole. That is a single, a worm burner heading to right field, and the Braves 1 on on nobody out. The other option they could have if they got him over there, I have not seen an update. I'm going to check Twitter to see if anything got changed. AJ Minter, if they were to pull him off the IL, he would be eligible. Because it's odd that they use Jimenez already. First pitch on the way is up top for a strike. To Riley, it's 0-1. Normally, when they've done this, the setup man, which is Jimenez, he would close and Iglesias would be safe for the second game, or vice versa. But it looks like if this score is 6-2 going to the ninth, they're going to go in with Iglesias, the 0-2, up top, caught looking at strike 3. Right there about letter high, one away. One down. He did pitch an inning last night in Gwinnett. I can't imagine they would bring him, but the first pitch on the way, swung on, pops it up high in the sky. Murphy got under that one and lifted into center field. Carlson comes in and makes the catch, 2 down. So the other option you would be looking at, assuming they bring in Iglesias, I can't imagine you'd have him warming up if you weren't planning on bringing him in right now. Maybe Holmes is the closer. First pitch on the way to Laureano is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. You would have, this is the Jesse Chavez, the closer. Bummer. Daysbel Hernandez, the 0-1. Outside wide, 1-1. Or maybe because Elder is pitching in game number 2, they figure we're not going to have the lead, so why do you need a closer? The 1-1 pitch swung on and hit hard on the ground, but right at Arenado. He doesn't make many mistakes. He didn't there. 5-3 put out. We head to the bottom of the ninth. Looks like eyeglasses will be coming in. Braves lead it 6-2.
Hey, y'all, if you're looking for a wife, go check Tinder, man. You wouldn't believe it. In fact, my neighbor's wife was on there. My boss's wife was on there. Hell, my preacher's wife was on there. 20 minutes later, I even found my wife on there. That's the place to look for a wife, y'all.
If y'all see anybody over the age of 30 out past 9 p.m., just know that they 100% took a nap earlier that day.
We're going inside them. We're going outside them. Inside them and outside them. And we're not going to pass. We're going to get them on a run. We're going to go, 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 go.
Don't be open-minded. Make the same mistakes your father made. Be a man.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding fiddlers on 1 football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the call of Braves Country Baseball.
Somebody just offered me $1,000 for pictures of my feet. And I was like, do you want wallets or like an 8x10, black and white? What do you need?
So what do you want to do now?
Want to get drunk?
Yeah.
There's something very American about being a poor loser, refusing to shake the other fellow's hand. He says he's a scoundrel. He always was a scoundrel, and he's even more than a scoundrel now that he's beat me. And there's something likable about that in people. It's bad sportsmanship, though.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Mr. Eyeglasses comes in. Braves lead at 6-2. Only thing you worry about with the closer coming in with a 4-run lead, it's not a safe situation. Sometimes they don't come in very sharp. He is set to face the bottom of the order number 8, 9, and 1 hitter. Brandon Crawford is going to pinch hit here. Carlson on deck. First pitch on the way. 94 up top. 4-seamer. It's 0-1. So as it stands right now, it would be Carlson on deck, Wynn in the hole. The 0-1. Outside wide. 1-1. And the only other person on the St. Louis bench, everyday player, is a catcher, Pages. The 1-1, swing and a miss over the top. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way, down and in, 2-2. Missed with the changeup. 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors for Atlanta. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for St. Louis. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Eyeglasses got him. 1 away. Blew it right down Main Street. Couldn't catch up. One down. 2 outs to go. Once again, game 2, 7:15. First pitch on the way is a ball goes off the glove of Murphy. Did he get a piece of that? He did get a piece of that. It's a foul tip. I wasn't sure if he had gotten that clean or what. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that changeup. 0-2. Eyeglasses has really looked pretty sharp his last several outings. The 0-2, down and in, 1-2. Never going to be perfect, but I'm just talking about being around the plate, pulling the strings. The 1-2, foul tipped off of Murphy. That ate him up. He's going to have to walk that one off, do it again. But Murphy was thinking, man, I'm 2 outs away from this game being over. I haven't had to eat any pitches off of my body, and here we go. Remember a few games ago, he was really getting lit up. Home plate umpire, Lance Barrett, buying some time, as the umpires tend to do when you'll see the catchers do the same if one of the umpires gets hit hard. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, just got a piece of that. We'll do it again, 1-2. Braves lead at 6-2. Game 2, Bryce Elder versus Liberatore. The 1-2 pitch, inside misses. 2-2. 96-mile-an-hour sinker. Good pitch, just missed the black. So the 2-2 from Iglesias. Swing, and that ball's chopped foul down the first base line. Iglesias, 12 pitches in. The 2-2 from Rozelle. Swung on, hit hard on the ground, but over to Olsen. Olsen feeds Iglesias 2 away. Two down. Well, I really hope we get a Grant Holmes sighting. I just want to play his intro again. If you missed the new Grant Holmes intro, it's a good one. First pitch on the way is a 96-mile-an-hour sinker right down the pipe to Mason Wynn. It's 0-1. Cardinals down to their last out. The 0-1, righty-righty. Swing, rifles it foul. Out of play, 97 miles an hour, smoking off the gun. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Wynn is 0 for 3 with a walk in the 5th. The 0-2 pitch, swung on that ball. He just got a piece of that to stay alive. Wynn down to his last strike. Cardinals down to their last out. Braves lead at 6-2. We'll come back on shortly after this on the other feed. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Whiskey for my men. Beer for my horses. And there's nothing better than watching Wall and Kelnick trying to do the gritty to keep it alive. Atlanta Braves take game 1 of the doubleheader, and they even up the series. Big game win as Ronaldo Lopez is going to go to 6-2. His ERA is 1.7. Gibson will fall to 5-3. You know, he had that bad second inning, but Kyle Gibson really bounced back and gave the Cardinals some innings. This is a tough one. Nah, it's really not. The game ball, man, it's got to go to Kid Kelnick. Kid Kelnick, listen to this stat line. Kid Kelnick gets the game ball. Three for 5. He had a home run, 3 RBIs, and he propelled the Atlanta Braves to a 6-2 win. Other heroes of the day, Austin Riley, 2 for 5. He clicked. He scored a run. Murphy went 1 for 3. RBI by Laureano, 2 RBIs by Zach Short. You know, you're tempted to give Zach Short the game ball because he rarely ever gets that. But 1 for 2, 2 walks, and 2 RBIs. Tell you what, if Kelnick hadn't have gone yard, it may have been Zach Short. Braves win it, 6-2. We will head to the break, and we'll come back on the other side and start up the other feed here on Braves Country Radio. We'll finish up where we left off on the show that was playing before we came back from the rain delay. So we'll be back in a flash on the other feed. There's another scorecard already set up for tonight's game. Braves win at 6-2. We'll see you at 7:15. The feed's going up short.